If I could ask for non-council members to please not be on video. Thank you. Could I ask non-council members to not be on video, please? Could non-council members please turn their video off? Thank you.
Thank you all, and we apologize for the slight delay in our meeting. Welcome to the 17th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. This is a virtual meeting held during the COVID-19 emergency. I'd advise that City Hall is open to the public with reduced capacity and physical distancing requirements. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city's website. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none. We have 6 items on the consent agenda, and I would turn your attention to item 2, 2.1 through 2.6. Would anyone wish to deal with any of these matters separately? Otherwise, we'll pass one motion. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Worship. If I could ask for the item 2.1, development charges update, to be dealt with separately.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to inquire about 2.4, the amendment terms of reference, committee management for the Dearness Home.
Thank you very much. Any other items? See none. We have excuse me, Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. 2.5.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, 2.3. I think we have to make a decision on 2.3 from what I understand, so I would like to pull it.
So noted. Anything else, colleagues? So on the consent agenda, we have 2.2, 2.6. Do I have a mover? Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the question. And by the way, colleagues, we have eScribe. So we are going to look to see if we're going to be able to vote appropriately that way. You've had prior instruction through the clerk's office, which we appreciate. And I would ask that if there's any questions or concerns about that, could you share that with me now? Clerks, do you have any comments with respect to eScribe as we go through this voting process? Clerk, please.
Through you, Your Worship, this would be the same as if the council members were in chambers, if they have logged on from their remote location.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kayavaga?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'd like to know, how do we get the link to the vote?
I'll let the clerk respond.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. That link was previously provided, and the eScribe is a static link. It was also included in the email where the Zoom link was sent out today.
Councillor Kayavaga?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions about the voting process? Well, let's give it a try then. We'll turn our attention to the screen as we vote.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I'm not able to log in, so perhaps I can vote by voice.
Okay, we're going to see if we can get you hooked up, Councillor Van Holst. Just bear with us a moment, please. I'll turn this to the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. There was provided to members a contact if they were having difficulty with getting connected. So I would encourage the councillor to reach out.
Your Worship, for this vote, I would do it by voice for him until we get him into eScribe. Yeah.
So we'll do a manual roll call, colleagues, but I'm going to ask you, if you do have the item up, if you can still connect on the computer will get used to the system of voting yes, no, or abstain, as the case may be. So you'll do that, but we will do the manual roll call. Are we set? Like the mayor. So Councillor Van Holst, yay, nay, abstain. Well, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
2.1, Councillor Turner.
Okay, yeah, I was curious about the development charges report. Specifically yesterday at Planning and Environment Committee, we received, that's what you're calling on me for, is that correct? About 2.1?
That's correct.
Okay, before I went on. With respect to that, at Planning and Environment Committee meeting, we received a report on some of the changes associated with Bill 197. In that, it identifies that Bill 197 reverts the funding for most of the soft categories back into DCs. The list of eligible services has been expanded, however, to also include public libraries, parks, development, recreation, community centers, long-term care, public health, child care, housing services, bylaw enforcement, core services, and emergency preparedness. I recognize that that's not reflected in the 2021 development charges bylaw that's being presented here. I was wondering what our plans were to start to seek recovery of those funds through development charges, either in the future or in future iterations of the bylaw.
Ms. Barbone? Ms. Barbone? Oh, Mr. Yeoman, are you going to respond?
Thank you, through the chair. I believe Mr. Yeoman can provide a response to that, please.
Mr. Yeoman, please.
Thank you, through you, your worship. So Councillor Turner is correct. The changes with Bill 197 have ensured that the services that the city was previously collecting for with the 2019 DC study, including parks and recreation and libraries, are included with this update. So the city is going to be made whole in terms of the DCs that we are intending to collect for in terms of the scope for services. The bill did change as well the scope of DC recovery. As the councillor indicated, there are a number of other services the city has traditionally not recovered for as part of their suite of development charges rate components. That will be reviewed with the 2025 DC study. We have an outstanding direction from council related to the last DC study for the next one, and we will actually have the kickoff report for that study with you in the spring of next year.
Councillor?
Thanks. So it sounds like we don't have the opportunity, because we did the 5-year study, that we wouldn't incorporate the new offerings or opportunities until the next comprehensive 5-year DC bylaw. The other question is, historically, the bylaw, or sorry, the legislation is permitted for hard service ambulance service recovery, but I don't think we've traditionally used that. We've had those discussions during the budget deliberations, but would that also be something we would look for in the 2025 rather than at this point now?
Mr. Yeoman?
Thank you, through your worship. So we will be looking at the full suite of services that are currently allowed for in the changes to the Development Charges Act. We'll be bringing those forward for council consideration in terms of further reviewing those, in terms of scoping them for the next DC review. At this time, though, we don't believe that we have enough information on the growth related requirements for the various service components to present to you, especially given that this DC study is an update that's before you tonight, but it will be within the purview of the next study.
Councillor Turner?
Yeah, thank you, through your worship. One final question is, since I'm not able to grab our computer system, the website system has been updated, so a little harder to retrieve earlier reports. How does this update compare with the projections that were originally anticipated for 2021?
Mr. Yeomans?
Through your worship, if I could ask for some clarification in terms of the rate that's being charged. Is that what the councillor is indicating?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Yeomans.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just pulling it up here. So the current 2020 DC rate is $33,944. Our proposed rate that would be in place January 1st for a single family would be $34,158. So it's $214 for an increase, which is a 0.6% increase over the current DC that's in place. The report does provide the other rates that are in place for the other components.
Councillor?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Van Holst, do you have a question on this?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to get a little clarification from staff on item D of the recommendations.
Is that specific enough, Mr. Yeomans?
Thank you. Yes, through you, Your Worship. Item D is a standard clause that we have for DC related approvals. It's been on all of our various approvals. It relates to the act and having council confirm that excess capacity is going to be paid for through development charges going forward. It relates to how we actually create and factor in the study when we do our rate calculations.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on 2.1? Seeing none, we'll call the question. I think all of us are. Yes, we do. I'll look for a mover of 2.1, please. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. And I think we're all online now.
We are still waiting for a few remote votes. Councillor?
Yeah, I can't vote because it doesn't scroll down. I vote yay.
Any other outstanding votes, clerk? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carabao.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. 2.3 annual recognition awards. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess this goes to staff. I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about the annual recognition awards and how we were going to be proceeding, given that I understand there's a number of meetings that we have not been having, the advisory groups and recognitions not being sent in. I guess my question is around the Mayor's New Year's list and the distinctive Londoner. Are we still proceeding? I understand not in person or with a reception, but is anything required of us as a council as well to move these recognitions to next year? Just want a better understanding what we're doing here.
We'll turn that to the clerk, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, what this report proposes is to not defer the recognitions, but rather just provide for them to be managed in a different way, so that nominations for both the Diversity, Race Relations and Inclusivity Award and the Mayor's New Year's Honors List would be submitted to the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee for consideration, and that deviates slightly from the current policy.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So in other words, the awards are going to proceed, obviously not in person, but nominations are going to still come through SBPC. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Any other comments or questions with respect to 2.3? Seeing none, I'll look for a mover. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Turner. I believe you had your hand up, Councillor Turner. I'm sorry, it was fleeting. Thank you very much. We'll call the question.
Councillor Sali. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. The benefit of the electronic voting is you don't have to hear me mention names every time. I'm going to turn your attention to 2.4, Terms of Reference Committee of Management for the Dearness Home Amendment. I apologize. That was either Councillor Van Holst or Councillor Helmer, or Deputy Mayor Helmer. Councillor Van Holst, go ahead, please. Your question or comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. So looking at this, I wanted to ask, what was council's intended purpose of having one meeting per year at the Dearness home?
I'll refer that to the clerk.
Through your worship, I often try not to speak on behalf of council, but my understanding at the time was to show support for the residents of Dearness Home, and so that the Committee of Management has some familiarity with the home itself.
Councillor Van Holst?
Okay, well, that seems still like a valuable thing. I think that the motion here is maybe more restrictive than it needs to be. So what's being suggested is that all the meetings occur at City Hall because of the kind of situation we're in right now. However, that may not be the case in the future. So I think a motion that I would be more comfortable with is to say all the meetings occur at City Hall, and then and at least one meeting occur at the Dearness home if possible. So now we're in a situation where it's not possible, but when we're in a situation where it is, certainly I think it's valuable for the board to be able to see and learn about the location and the residents. So I guess I would make an amendment to that motion to that effect, and I believe that's on page 157 of our agenda. Although I've got the old agenda here.
The clerk doesn't normally weigh in on directions from council, but she may wish to have some thoughts on that. Excuse me, Councillor Cassidy, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'll wait to see if there's a seconder for this amendment, and then I'll speak. How's that?
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
I was going to wait and speak as well. I am not seconding, though.
Is there a seconder then for this?
Okay, so just for clarity, Your Worship, that is on 157, and what I would do is move to keep the original the original wording, which is in the background section. All meetings will be generally held at City Hall, with a minimum of one meeting a year being held at the Dearness home, and add, if possible, after that. And I'll look for a seconder. If there's not one, then that's fine. I'm happy to move it as it is.
So noted. Is there a seconder? Councillor, I don't see a seconder.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm happy to move that motion as is then.
Any other comments? Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions then with respect to this item? Then we'll call the question.
We need a seconder.
We're adjusting the consent agenda, for which I appreciate colleagues' consideration. I'll look for a mover for the for item 2.4. Councillor Hiller, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. Colleagues, 2.5, the Rapid Transit Implementation Working Group. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I read the report with some interest. I can understand where the chair of the working group and the city engineer and the clerk are coming from, but I do not think it's the right time to be disbanding the implementation working group. Seems to me like we have quite a bit of construction to undertake before we've implemented anything. And I don't think disbanding the implementation working group at this point is appropriate. I don't really think it's reached the end of its mandate, but I could see why other people would see it as a better process to just bring it through Civic Works. And if that's how it ends up, so be it.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Squire.
Yeah, I suppose I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I was the first chair of the committee, and it's met very, very sporadically, and is over the last 2 or 3 years. In fact, we've gone almost a year without a meeting. Really, it's a duplication from my point of view. It's a duplication of work that's going to Civic Works, that we made a change so that anything to do with rapid transit would go to SPPC. I'm also a member of the LTC. And as chair, if there was ever any, at least until I'm not chair, if there was anything that was really crucial in terms of rapid transit implementation, we can have a delegation. So for me, it's duplication, and I think it has run its course.
Any other comments? I'll look for a mover of the recommendation. Councillor Squire, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-4.
Thank you, colleagues. I'll turn your attention to the scheduled items 3.1, the public participation amendments to consolidated fees and charges bylaw. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. I'll ask if there are any members of the public which wish to speak to this matter. It appears that we have someone in committee rooms 1 and 2. If you could please state your name and go ahead.
Mike Wallace from LDI, and from the address is 562 Wellington, just up the street. I'll be very brief, Mr. Mayor and Council. We appreciate the report that's in front of you. The only thing that we will probably continue to talk about is that on the development fees schedule changes, you use for an index the construction cost index, which the report does indicate that development charges is what to use, and we believe that's appropriate because when we're talking about development charges, we're talking about actually developing infrastructure, roads, so on and so forth, sewage. So that's hard services that the construction index covers. If you look at what that index is made up of, it is everything from concrete to lumber and everything in between that actually is involved in the development of infrastructure. The fees that are from the Development Services Department are for labor. There's no hard services to them. It's for things like official plan amendments and so on and so forth, site plans, all important pieces. Our group believes that a different index should be considered instead of the construction index for this, the consumer price index, whatever. And we know there's a risk because it could be higher than the construction index, but we just think it's more appropriate that it deals more directly with the inflationary costs of having staff do this work than what the price of lumber happens to be in November of in the third quarter of the year. So that's all I have to say today is that for consideration for future years, we would like you to think about, at least have a look at what a different index to change this. You know, the price of lumber and the number of items that are in the construction index are very, very high this year. You know, it even says 2.5 to 3.5%. I think it could be even higher based on the scarcity of goods that our members are finding in terms of being able to build their homes. So we'll see what it is, but for future, we think these are labor costs. It should be a labor index that is used to inflate these prices every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to speak? Either in committee rooms 1 and 2 or committee room 5. There are none. So I'll look for a motion then to close the public participation meeting, please. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. We'll call the vote.
Councillor Salih. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. In your package on page 170 is the recommendation relating to the amendments to consolidated fees and charges bylaw. Before we call a motion, which typically puts it on the floor, what I'll do is I'll ask for some comments. Then I'll look for a mover to put it on the floor, please, formally. Councillor Lewis, is there a seconder? Councillor Hillier, any other final comments or questions? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Your Worship. I noticed that probably the big change is that over the number of years of the report, our fine for false alarms will be doubled. I think it ends up going from 700 to 1,400 from last year up to 2023. I was able to discern that because it was on the same 2 pages. But I just want to note that the report was a little hard for me to read in that every year was in a separate section. So in terms of approving something like this, it would be much easier if there were columns for year 2020 or 2021, 2022, 2023, and we could see how the prices were progressing. It's very difficult to look through these as they are. However, these are a better list for somebody looking at them on a specific year. So I wanted to make that comment. And I also wanted to ask about switching to a labor index. So that question came up. And I wanted to ask staff what for a comment on that, and how difficult that would be to change, and is it something that we would need to make a motion on this evening?
Let's ask that question to staff then, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's Mr. Yeoman. I'm happy to answer the councillor's question and respond to the comment that was made by Mr. Wallace. So if council recalls, a couple years ago, we initiated and completed a comprehensive update of our various planning and development related fees. At that time, we did introduce the indexing based on the same indexes used for the DC study. This was based on stakeholder participation and feedback. The stakeholder committee was all in agreement that this was the index that was appropriate at the time that we should be using for the indexing of the fees, and that's why you see it reflected here. We will be undertaking another update of our fees next year. We've pushed off our review due to economic recovery related to COVID. So I would suggest that that's the time that we'd be looking at the index comprehensively with the fees that we're going to be looking at with that review.
Does that work, Councillor Van Holst?
That does, and I'm sure our friends at LDI will bring it up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Items 3.2 under scheduled items, the public participation meeting relating to 2021 to 2023 water and wastewater rates. This is a public participation meeting. I'll look for a mover to open the PPM. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you very much. I'll ask if there are any members of the public which wish to speak to this matter. Looking in committee rooms 1 and 2 and committee room 5. Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Lehman. We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. This is, as you will know, on page 274 of your package. recommendation from staff with respect to the 2021-23 water and wastewater rates. Any comments or questions from colleagues? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, perhaps to staff. Was any additional consideration given towards the more longer term? We had this discussion last year about the rates that had been projected to be 3%, and then we dropped them down to 2.5%. And then we kind of hid the conservation authorities part and took it off the main levy and threw it into water wastewater. Has there been any further consideration of what we might be able to do to accelerate our hard service infrastructure improvements for separating storm and sanitary in a faster way? Or we're just basically looking at what we discussed during the last budget and maintaining that these are just small adjustments associated with the COVID deferrals?
Would that be Ms. Scher or Ms. Barbone? Or Mr. Mathers?
Mr. Mathers is here to provide some feedback. What's here before you today is really just what was represented in the multi-year budget. So it doesn't have any additional components. Behind the scenes, we are doing a lot of work. So we understand that there will be ideally some funding coming out of the stimulus packages that should be applicable to water wastewater. We are just at this the Civic Works meeting brought forward a couple of design assignments to ensure that we're in a good position in case funding does come forward. As well, we're going to be providing Council and Civic Works Committee specifically with a series of reports that are going to be focused on the issues of overflows and bypasses to the Thames River from our treatment plants. And it's going to provide some options moving forward for Council to decide on whether exactly how they want to move forward as far as of removing some of those combined sewers more at a faster rate, or also possible improvements at the treatment plants as well. So we do have a lot in store. That isn't included in this rate, but it is something that Council will be seeing in the coming 2 quarters.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Mathers. In the package, there's a graph that has the consumption trends for 2001 to 2030. It projected an increase in consumption trends after about 2 decades of a decrease. We discussed this last time, but has there been any second look at seeing if those forecasts for increase in consumption were going to hold, or if decreases were continuing to go as they seem to extrapolate if you were to follow the graph?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, this year, of course, has been a very exceptional year. We have found that consumption has increased over the summer months, and we're still want to see how the year ends out as far as the overall picture. However, it does look like we are trending upwards, which is, it's looking like the modeling that we've done seems to be very accurate. But I want to put that asterisk on it just because this is an exceptional year, and we are finding that there's been more water being used by residential population versus commercial industrial, especially with the closings earlier on this year. So we think we are tracking towards that increased amount. However, we will be coming back early next year to let Council know as far as how we're finishing off the year from a consumption perspective.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. Thank you, Your Worship. So just a quick comment, I'll be voting against this as I did during the multi-year budget. And when both we did the water wastewater rates and reduced them from 3% to 2.5%, and also when we did the multi-year budget and moved the conservation authorities component into the wastewater aspect of this. In both cases, I disagreed with those. One, because it did not allow us to accelerate our work in mitigating diversions into our water courses, and the second was that the movement of the conservation authorities' costs into the water budgets actually seemed to increase the cost per household overall on a net basis than it would have if we'd left it in the levy. So for both those reasons, I can't support this. I recognize this is just more an administrative correction based on the COVID deferrals, But I still have the ongoing concerns with both those issues.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Van Holst, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So I'm pleased that the rates remain below 3%. I think that's very helpful for our residents. I was speaking to someone today who said a friend of theirs had lost their business and then also their house. And so I think if we can keep these kinds of rates low, that helps people in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to pick up at least partly from Councillor Turner, because as I recall, during the multi-year budget, yes, indeed, the shift that took place from the property tax onto the wastewater, stormwater charge actually did increase, to some degree on individual basis, household basis. And so for that reason, I did not support it then, and I don't support it now. So I'm wondering, is there a way, because we have 4 increases listed here in Part A, is there a way to break that out into maybe an I, double I, triple I, so we can vote on it separately?
I think, Councillor, there's always a way, but
if we just have them listed.
Sorry, let's, I think that we're looking for a listing on this. So Clerk, do you want to clarify that? Because I think we're looking for a listing as requested by Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, these are bylaws. You can't pull a bylaw apart and vote it in different sections. This is a recommendation to council to introduce the bylaws, the 2 bylaws. So we can't really separate a bylaw out for a vote.
Thank you. That's on me. Sorry to mislead it all. Councillor Van Meerbergen, any other comments?
Okay, no, I was just looking for an opportunity to vote against the second hike, which is due for July 1st. So I guess you basically have to vote against everything in Part A. There's no logistical way just to call them out in 4 separate.
That's a procedural question. Now I'll let the clerk respond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only way to do that would be for the councillor to put a motion on the floor to introduce revised bylaws, removing that fee from the bylaw, and then we would bring forward a revised bylaw, removing those fees from it. It'd have to be seconded and approved, but that's the only way we could do that.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
So we could do that now in terms of a motion?
Clerk?
You, Mr. Mayor, yes, but you'd have to be specific as to how you're amending or revising the bylaw. You'd have to, in the motion, state what part of the bylaw you're amending in order to put a revised bylaw forward. So you'd have to be very specific about what you're doing. And it would have to be seconded by someone and be approved.
Is that clear, Councillor Van Meerbergen?
Well, certainly I'd be prepared to move that the additional 2.7% effective July 1st, 2021 be eliminated from the bylaw.
So we're taking a look at that. We'll see if you have a seconder for that. I don't see a seconder, Councillor.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Van Holst, do you have a question?
Yes, thanks. Perhaps we could go to staff for just a little more clarification on that 2.7 percent for July.
Mr. Mathers or Ms. Scherer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Either one of us is certainly fine. As part of the budget exercise that we did for multi-year last year, there was a desire for us to align like with like And a large portion of the money paid to the conservation authorities is associated with stormwater management and flood protection. So therefore, we thought it was better aligned into the wastewater fees and charge, or wastewater fees, versus based on mill rate, based on property assessments. So that was the intent in doing so. There's no other real reason to do it other than to try to make the budget consistent for those things that it pays for. This is common in many cities who either pay it through their water rates as part of their water supply management processes, or pay it through their sewer rates as part of their flood management and stormwater management.
Is that helpful, Councillor Van Holst?
Yes, thank you. And this will be a one-time top up, more or less. Is that how we might describe it for that purpose?
Are you sure?
Yes, through your worship, this is the correction to adjust the budget to have it aligned into the utility budgets. And after that, it would become part of our annual increases that would be managed through our regular rates.
Councillor?
My thanks to the city engineer.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be consistent with my voting through the budget process, I won't be supporting these increases. I think eventually we're going to have further increases, and as much as I would like to see these rates reduced, the reality is they're going to be increasing in the future. So just to be consistent with my budgeting process, I will be saying no.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, but we do need a motion to accept the recommendation. Is there a mover, please? Councillor Cassidy, are you moving? Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lewis, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please go ahead.
I have to vote yay from here because it doesn't scroll down again.
So noted. Thank you.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Closing the vote, the motion is passed 12-3.
Thank you, colleagues. Under items for direction 4.1 is the London Hydro proposed corporate restructuring. I believe we have on Zoom available as well. Present are CEO Vinay Sharma of London Hydro and Chair Gabe Valenti as well. And I would like to start by asking our City Manager, Linda Beeson, to make some comments, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just would like to provide some introductory comments to the staff report. On January 31st, Council directed staff to undertake a review and analysis of the risks and considerations that would support Council's decision-making regarding the proposed restructuring of London Hydro, which involves the establishment of a holding company, London Utility Services, Inc., or LUCI, for the purposes of facilitating the development of an unregulated entity, LUCI Energy Inc., or LEI. I would just like to acknowledge we were very appreciative of the detailed information that London Hydro provided to assist us with our review and analysis. This is not a simple change that Council is considering this evening, and the purpose of the staff report was to highlight for Council and the public the key considerations that could inform Council's decision-making on the proposed restructuring. The report also highlights the next steps that council could undertake in the event that council does or does not proceed with the restructuring as proposed. So I'll leave it there, and we are, as a team, prepared to answer questions should council have any for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. Any comments or questions with respect to this recommendation? Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And let me direct my colleagues' attention to page 341 of the online added agenda, or the communication I believe you received from me with the timeline. I first want to thank everyone for all the work that has gone into this so far. Because were it not for those efforts, I don't believe that we would be in a position to meet the government deadlines. So thank you. And today, nothing definitive will happen. The motions are to ask staff to come back with bylaws we may or may not pass, and shareholder declarations that we may or may not approve. But our work here today is still important because it keeps us on those timelines. Now, staff raised a number of important questions, and what I would like to do is ask Mr. Sharma to briefly go through the responses in the table that London Hydro made available, and then ask our legal staff to comment on how well those articles in the shareholder agreement address their questions. So maybe our staff can give us on a scale of 1 to 10 how protected we are based on these shareholder declarations, and then what we need to do to remedy that if there's some shortfalls.
That feels like a fairly open-ended request, Councillor Van Holst. I wonder if you could make it a bit more pointed, because we have guests here who are happy to respond. I would say that the report's there, and I know there's a lot involved in this. I would only ask that if you have a specific question, why don't we deal with that a couple of points at a time, and then I think that will make it a bit more organized for this purpose. I'll turn it back to you.
Well,
if you wish.
Your Worship, then I'll maybe first talk about the issues of control, and so there's maybe let's discuss that first. So there's a little diagram in there that showed how the declarations set out for London to retain majority control over the board of London Hydro, realizing that our shareholder agreements we could appoint everybody on London Hydro, everybody on Lucy. We can put more councillors into any one of these organizations, but this was the plan to make it easy. So, and at the beginning, there's not going to be a lot of activity in either Lucy or LEI. But I think the big question was, are we losing control of London Hydro? And so maybe I'd go to Mr. Sharma to say how the declarations were intended to have that not be the case.
Mr. Sharma, do you have a response to that question?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yes, we have drafted shareholder agreement for the corporation holdco as well. London Hydro existing shareholder agreement was used as a basis for it, and your control, council's control, is exercised through various terms and conditions, especially the Article 8, which requires your rights to approve a number of decisions of the board of London Hydro or the holdco. Now, London Hydro board is structured as per previously approved by the council, which defines 4 classes of the board members. They will remain unchanged, and you can further exert that control by ensuring that any board member recommended by the holdco comes through you for final approval. You have majority control, but not all control as in the draft agreement today, but you can ask for the entire board to be controlled. but regardless of the board members, you have very strict approval rights that belong to the council only. You have provided throughout all the agreements certain limits as to what the board can do on their own. After that, you have the full right to approve. For example, any Lund Hydro discussion with respect to its asset is fully in your hand. You will be the final authority to approve, regardless of what is being discussed at any board level. You have complete control on how much debt any company can take. You do not allow any normal business activities to be done by any corporation without your approval. You do allow limited freedom to retail affiliate for their competitive business, and that limit is an incremental basis. We have initially suggested that any investment in that process more than $10 million will be approved by council. However, depending on the council wish, the city administration and Lund Hydro can work out any and other terms that you may require to see increased control. I would, Your Worship, only advise this, that Lund Hydro, the distribution company, will be completely controlled by you. I would say the competitive affiliate will be given some freedom so they can pursue the opportunities. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Van Holst? We seem to have a challenge hooking up with Councillor Van Holst. Are you there?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Your Worship. Yes, thank you. I just point out that the motions that I have D and E, D is spelled out very specifically what we would do today, but E in particular, I'm recommending directly that the council make approval of all the London Hydro and the affiliate board appointments, like we do with the other ABCs. And it also suggests that staff come back with other recommended changes. So whatever staff believes is necessary, and whatever we decide today, my colleagues decide is appropriate, can be returned in those changes. So saying that, I'll perhaps go to staff and for their comment on the control and what they believe would be the most appropriate control mechanism, or at least the mechanism that would give us the same amount of control.
I wonder if Mr. Card, would you be the appropriate one to respond to that?
Yes, Your Worship, I'd be pleased to respond to that. It might be efficient if I could take the council on a brief tour of the documents that are appended as I'm making the answer to this, because otherwise we have Mr. Sharma's view that Article 8 of the statutory declaration is the answer to everything. And you have my opinion that really it doesn't provide as much control as one might think. So if I could have a few minutes to just go through the documents, I hope to be able to answer those questions as I do it, if that would be satisfactory, Your Worship.
I think that'd be worthwhile. Again, we'll try to limit that to 5 minutes and stop there, and we'll see what questions come from there. Go ahead, Mr. Card.
Okay, thank you. So at page 293 of the agenda, you'll see there's a list of the risks. That's my contribution here. My function was to review the risk aspect of the proposal. And what I've done is I've categorized these into 4 groups. Loss of direct control over LHI business, loss of ability to set policy for the subsidiaries, business risks such as competition, data breaches, and regulatory risks, and financial risk, investment decisions, dividends, product development for US market, and license fees payable by LHI. So that's where they are generally. You'll see that appended to the report, like I've asked a number of questions on pages 294 and 295, but appended to the report are some very useful documents The first of which, Appendix A, actually came from London Hydro. And what it does is it provides some representations that I evaluated when looking at the risk from our perspective. So comment number one, the initial shareholder declarations. And I think it's important to realize that it's the shareholder who has the power to impose the shareholder declaration. The restructuring proposes that the city be the shareholder of the new company being incorporated, Lucy, but Lucy would be the owner of the shares for London Hydro and for the new company that would be the competitive business offering the technological support. So the initial shareholder declarations might look like what we're seeing, but the other ones, the ones that follow, may not, and they will be done with the decisions with the discretion of the boards of the companies involved. And also in the first item, it talks about flow through of the powers, but flow through actually depends on it going through the directors of Lucy. Now, those directors may be appointed by the city, but directors of a business corporation have a duty, a number of duties actually, to the corporation itself and not to the body that appointed them. So at all times, those directors would be exercising their independent discretion under the Act. So going down to number 3, we talk about the principles of how the holding company, Lucy, would govern the subsidiaries. And it is just principles. The day-to-day business operations of both of these companies would be left to the management and directors of those companies. The council would not control these. Item number 4, the current level of annual dividend will be maintained, subject to the cash needs of the corporations. So the dividends will be maintained, but only if the corporations don't need that cash. And what you've seen from the material, including the comments Mr. Sharma just made, was that the intention is to invest in these corporations. And yes, the city would be able to approve some decisions, but incrementally, investments of up to $10 million can be made in these corporations without council approval. $10 million is a significant sum. And there is some risk in that regard. So as number 5 indicates, the holdco, Lucy, is primarily responsible for the oversight of LHI. That's their own representation. So they're the ones, the holdco will be overseeing activities at LHI. And in number 6, similarly, the holdco's required to oversee the new non-regulated affiliate, and further, given incremental investment opportunities of up to $10 million, any decision requiring investment beyond that is subject to the council's approval. So, I mean, these are sobering realizations, I would submit. And also, as we go down to paragraph 12, keeping in mind the time limitation here, you'll see that any joint venture, partnership, strategic alliance, or other ventures shall require city approval, except for incremental partnership by the non-regulated affiliate with a third party for a maximum of 20% shares of the non-regulated affiliate. So the council wouldn't have to approve that sale of shares. And again, that's a risk to the corporation. There are a number of other passages in there. I won't have the time to deal with those in any detail, but suffice it to say, there is a relatively fair representation of the activities that will give rise to risks. And I commend those for the consideration of the council before a decision is made today. Now, when we get to page 301, there's a reference to corporate restructuring. And what's significant about this is that the idea of creating a holding company is London Hydro's idea. There is no reason why the City of London cannot continue to own London Hydro as the shareholder. The underlying problem here is not that the city owns London Hydro, but rather that London Hydro is engaging in both regulated and non-regulated activities. And the reason that's a problem is because the Ontario Energy Board is charged with oversight of the regulated activities. And one of the requirements the OEB has is to ensure that the hydro customers are charged for the cost of that product, and they are not cross-subsidizing other activities undertaken by the utility and vice versa. So there has to be transparency. And as the non-regulated activity grows, it becomes more difficult to comply with that requirement. Now, London Hydro obtained permission to continue development of its Green Button platform until 2022. And so that's a 5-year approval, including 2022. And the representation that London Hydro made to the Ontario Ministry of Finance, when it talked about creation of the new company, indicated that it would not create that new company, that new entity for operating the competitive business until January 1, 2022 at the earliest. So the ministry approval of the advanced ruling that talks about tax liabilities is predicated on a transfer in 2022, which is more than 2 full years from the date of this report. So, you know, we look at urgency in that context. And as I said, there are other options. The city can own both the non-regulated entity that would receive the generating assets and the business for the Green Button, and it could also own London Hydro. There doesn't have to be a holding company. The city doesn't have to lose control. Now, whether or not it should cede its direct oversight to a holding company is a policy decision, and we have not dealt with that in the staff report because that is for the council's approval. However, there are considerations that should be taken into account in making that decision, and that's really the focus of our report. What we've tried to do is talk about the things that would be of importance. For example, do you want investment decisions to be made of up to $10 million without council approval? Do you want the operation to expand into other markets, including the US market, and make appropriate investments to be a competitor in those markets without your approval? And if we go by the documents that have been presented for your consideration this evening, you would not have control over those things. And the idea of the questions is to give rise to some discussion about whether or not this is actually in the best interest of both the ratepayers of London Hydro and the taxpayers of the city. Which takes me to Article 8, which is at page 310 and beyond in the agenda. And you'll see there are a number of requirements in there, but it should be remembered that this is the statutory declaration for the holding company. The holding company doesn't do very much. Its business is to own the shares of the other 2 companies and the generating assets. And the idea of having the generating assets there is to provide cash flow to fund the other operation. But interestingly, the objectives of the holding company and the other company to be created are fairly broad. And actually, the holding company could enter into business for itself in a number of ways, and it's not restricted. And if you look at the list of permitted activities, which is in section 2.2 of the statutory declaration, and this is at page 307. So you'll see in B, developing, marketing, and selling technology solutions. So the holding company can actually do that. And E, the provision of telecommunications services and the development, ownership, expansion, operation, and maintenance of a telecommunications network. So the holding company could do that. Renting, selling, or maintaining equipment and appliances such as water heaters, managing or operating on behalf of the shareholder of public utility as defined. So, I mean, there are a lot of things going on to the next page, entering into joint ventures, whether through investments in corporations or otherwise, partnerships, contracts, or other arrangements to provide services to other utilities. So there are a lot of things in there that, are potential lines of business for both the holding company and the LEI affiliate that is proposed to be created. So when you look at all those possibilities, I come back to the initial question, which is, how do I see the risk? I think it's entirely possible that things will not unfold as is anticipated here, because as we've seen in 2020, things happen. And when things happen, the plans don't go as anticipated. And when they don't go as anticipated, you have to have some contingency. And the question at that point is whether these assets are better in the hands of the council or in the hands of corporations that make the relevant decisions. So that concludes my answer to that question, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Card. I thought it was appropriate with the information you were sharing that it went a little bit longer than typically 5 minutes, but I think that's valuable information. Councillor Van Holst, you still have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and very much appreciate the comments from our city solicitor, and because I think that it frames things right. We're looking at some risk and what's possible for us, and there's a number of businesses possible, and I wish perhaps we'll get into that discussion. I remember speaking with one of the our London Hydro employees who's in charge of helping out with the London Middlesex housing units, and suggesting that London Hydro could rent water heaters, and by doing that, all those units could have be replaced without the capital costs, and so that some things like that I think are put in here to help with other areas of the city as well. So that may be why they were put in there. So there's some exciting possibilities. I think I'll just turn it over to my colleagues, but maybe just one last question to Mr. Sharma, why we chose using the holdco as opposed to just starting another company, because I believe the Lucy
30 seconds, Councillor Van Holst.
Yeah, Lucy's being incorporated under a different act than the Business Corporations Act, and perhaps that's a significant piece of information for council to know too. But I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Well, I think I'll help Councillor Van Holst out, because I think my questions, or at least one of them, is going to relate to exactly what he was talking about, and that this is for our staff and then whoever they want to kick it over to. Given the presentation so far, I want to understand what the fundamental difference would be between the structure as proposed in the report and the City of London simply retaining the existing structure with the regulated LHI business, and then creating its own unregulated business that would report directly to council as well through the same sort of structure and annual general meetings and shareholder relationship as LHI has. So what would be the difference between the structure that has a holding company in between and simply having both a regulated and unregulated business reporting directly to council?
Mr. Card?
Thank you, Your Worship. The primary difference is the degree of control that the council has. If we go with the holding company approach, the holding company is really exercising this oversight on behalf of the council. That's what it is. What it exists to do. It's there to oversee the operations of London Hydro and the new company LEI. So if the council is the shareholder, then the directors of both those boards would be answerable directly to the council. That's the primary difference.
Okay, so yes, thank you. So that is attractive to me. My thought here is I certainly don't want to stifle the ability for innovation, and I do like the activities that LHI has started to delve into, because I think there's a lot of opportunity to increase value there. But I do understand the risks that our staff are suggesting here. And so, you know, you can't get rewards without some level of risk, but I think, you know, we have to have some thought to mitigating that. So further to that line of thinking, Councillor Van Holst was about to say the corporations would potentially be created under different legislation. So under this structure, it would potentially be some utilities legislation. If we created our own unregulated company, would it be under something else, and would there be potential tax implications to that?
Mr. Guard?
Your Worship, I believe the intention is to create companies under both the Business Corporations Act and the permission that is provided by the Electricity Act. I think it's Section 143 that talks about creating corporations for the purpose of, and there are a number of them, and one of them is the generation of electricity. So the idea originally was to create a company that would hold London Hydro's assets that provide revenue, and those are the ones that have to do primarily with the solar generation. We did receive information about the annual amount. I believe that's proprietary information, but in any event, the new company would be created under the Business Corporations Act. I don't believe it would be created under the Electricity Act. It's a service provider. It provides services. The green button technology is data management, and it also does meter sealing and things like that. That was the idea, but it doesn't, you know, does it have tax implications? Not significantly. While municipalities and their municipal utilities are exempt from taxation, they are subject to tax in lieu anyway. So we do pay tax, we will pay tax, and that's the bottom line.
Councillor Morgan?
Yes, and so I'll make a comment and then I'm going to listen to what my colleagues think. So, you know, my thought here is that we have to find the right balance between allowing for innovation and mitigating risk. And it seems to me like there's a couple of potential options before us, one of which is to pursue looking into creating, you know, leaving the regulated entity there and creating an unregulated entity. And I don't actually have much of an objection to cross appointments on the administrative or even board side across those entities. What I like about that scenario is the structure and the interaction with municipal council from a direct shareholder perspective and an annual general meeting relationship. But I would recognize that I would need to understand a lot more about the implications of that structure before I could pursue it. So I think I'll leave my line of questioning there and see what my colleagues think about this report as well.
Thank you. Councillor Squire.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. When I read this report, first of all, when this went back, I thought we were going to move to a stage where we would have agreement between our staff and London Hydro as to the sort of best path forward to do what London Hydro wants to do and what I think we want them to do. So I was struck when I read the report that I didn't see that. And what I've heard today in terms of advice is a number of cautions, a number of as lawyers do, they don't tell you how to make up your mind often. They just say to you, here's things you should be concerned about. And when I do that as a lawyer, it's so that I'm covered if the person I'm giving the advice to does something different. So my view is that I want Hydro to do this activity, but I am not satisfied today that we're at the stage where it's been done in a way that protects the citizens of London and us as the shareholder. And I am concerned about some of the abilities to spend money, and those sort of things. I don't think it has anything to do with somebody acting improperly or not acting in a way that's helpful to the city, but I just think I would be much more comfortable if the parties came back, meaning our staff and London Hydro, with a common ground as to the best way to move forward. And I just don't see that we're there yet. So it's going to be difficult for me to just say, let's go ahead on the path that's been set to us by London Hydro. Just mentioning lastly, I don't think this is the best forum at this stage to have a back and forth between our staff and London Hydro about why somebody is right or wrong or isn't right. You know, I think that's going to be awkward if we decide we're going to do that here.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the comments that Councillor Morgan and Councillor Spire have just made. Generally, I want to just focus my comments on, I think when we're making decisions around London Hydro, which is a very important public trust that we hold at the City of London, you know, this is a really important public utility, and I think we need to be very cautious when we're making decisions about the corporate structure and corporate restructuring. I do, sort of similar to Councillor Morgan, I see value in the unregulated business, and I can see why it could be spun out of the regulated business. But I think we have to keep our eye on the ball, which is how are we going to govern, and what is the relationship between the city and the regulated business? The unregulated business, I think there's different ways that that can succeed. And I personally am, the more I think about this issue and hear from people on it, more inclined towards the idea of 2 companies rather than 3, both of which would be owned by the city directly. So, you know, I think that is where we should be headed in terms of discussions. I think there is an opportunity to have the unregulated business separated out so it can continue and flourish, but without creating 3 companies and having the control issues that come up from that structure. And I think there are things that can be done to mitigate those issues, but they're kind of unavoidable when you have a holding company in the mix. So I appreciate the work that London Hydro has done to get to this point. You know, it's a nice problem to have not 1, but 2 businesses doing quite well. And I think it's a credit to the governance over at London Hydro and also the staff at London Hydro that that's the situation we're in right now. But I am not going to rush at all a decision like this. I think we need to be very cautious about this one in particular. I would support a report coming back from city staff about the establishment of 2 companies rather than the holdco arrangement. I do not support the idea of setting up the holding company with 2 companies underneath it, one regulated and one unregulated.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I remember when I first joined council, one of the first things I did was tour London Hydro and meet with the executive team. And at that point, they shared with me what they were working on and the exciting ways that they were seeing opportunities, which is somewhat leading to where we're here today. I was impressed by the entrepreneurial nature, where they saw how they could leverage their position with the utility and seeing how technologies could be used to essentially create profit, which would lower the cost for utility users in London. As we've gone through this process and looking at the report today, I started asking my questions that a normal shareholder in a private corporation would be asking. You know, what is the risk? What is the return? What's the exit strategy? Do we build this company up and then sell it off to a private interest? And I wondered, are those the questions that I should be asking myself in a public sector? We're charged with having a utility to provide reliable hydro at lowest cost possible on a consistent basis to our taxpayers. From what I'm hearing today and from what I read in the report, there's a couple things that jumped out at me. First of course, the $10 million figure that Mr. Card highlighted. I understand why London Hydro is looking for such a figure, because they have to be nimble. They need to move on opportunities without having to come to a public council for approval on a certain amount of expenditures. However, 10 million is rather large. I agree with that. And then the other thing that jumped out was allowing another independent body coming in and getting 20%. So I guess, you know, and then we talk about separating it 2 different companies. And that goes back to my original concern. Are we acting as an investor in a potential profitable endeavor here, or what is our role here? Well, I guess I want to ask Mr. Sharma, have you explored potential private partners to essentially do what you're looking to do here? Do you need a public government to kind of explore these possibilities? And I understand where you're going. I think they're excellent opportunities. I really do. I'm just not sure if we as a municipal body should be making these investments, understanding full well there could be huge returns on this, but do we want to risk our capital and our assets on essentially something that could be done in a private way?
Are you looking for an answer from our staff there, Councillor Lehman?
I was looking to Mr. Sharma to ask if he's explored a way to have these opportunities capitalized on through a private sector partnership as opposed within the city.
Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Lehman, for the question and comment. I have few things to cover. If I can have just 5 minutes time to address some and also answer the question that is asked. Yes, I agree with, I think Councillor Hillier said, or Helmer said, that city and us should work together to bring a agreed upon report. I wish we had done that this time, but I look forward to working with the city administration to bring an agreed upon plan, even including the control. Just a couple of misconceptions, if I may.
Mr. Sharma, yeah. I want to give you a chance to respond to some of those things, but I prefer, as we've got councillors on the list, if you could respond to the councillors' individual questions as we go, and then, you know, hopefully there'll be an opportunity for you to clarify some things later. But I've got a number of councillors on the list, and I want to try to be concise with their specific questions, and then we can get to other stuff after that, if that's the way I'd like to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Lehman's question about partnership, yes, there are many companies knocking at our door. We have already done a deal for a white label with a private company at this time. But the reason we want to do this is because of the synergistic approach between the hydro and the energy management. Without hydro business savviness, we don't get the ideas how to do energy management. So hydro angle is a very strong angle in this green button platform. And if you break those synergies completely, for example, a private company takes our initial IP and walks away, I do not know how long they will survive, and also we will be disadvantaged then in our long-term development. That was the reason for us to stay in this business for long duration. Thank you, thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Councillor Lehman?
Thank you, and that's as I suspected. You know, I suspected and saw firsthand that the synergies that you mentioned are provided because London Hydro is in a unique spot to see opportunities, and I think we've got a fantastic management team over there that is looking for ways to capitalize on that. I totally understand that. I don't want to totally lose this opportunity. I do have these concerns, so I'll be happy to sit back and hear what other councillors have to ask.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think what we're hearing, we're getting close to something, I think, but from everybody that's spoken so far, wants to figure out a way to encourage this innovation. And the question ends up being ultimately a question of what structure that takes and how it can be done in a way that insulates the city from risk. Ironically, the city's perspective should be to mitigate risk. The challenge with innovation is it often is in exploration in areas where there is risk. The best opportunities are often capitalized when you take a risk and you extend yourself beyond what those straight and safe confines are. The questions have been raised a couple times about the opportunities to create a government business enterprise. Rather than working within the structure of having a holding company that looks over two portfolios, just having the two portfolios, I think that's probably appropriate. I think there's ways of doing a government business enterprise that would allow for innovation and a risk tolerance. I think whatever we set up would have to make sense that we appreciate that there would be risk. And I think there needs to be some sort of capital or startup that allows for that too. I mean, is it $10 million? I'm not sure. But whether that's a reserve that's funded from dividends from London Hydro that allows for that to be seed money for that enterprise to go forward. It seems like there's a bit more work to do on this. As Mr. Card identified, there's a fair amount of time because of the permissions that Hydro received from its regulator, and commitments not to proceed until I think as stated until after 2022. So if we can do that, I think we're kind of coalescing around an idea that perhaps we're asking staff to go back, work with Hydro, come up with a model that's appropriate, that allows for that innovation, allows for some risk tolerance over there, but at the same time insulates not only the city, but London Hydro from the risks that it may be exposed to under other structures, and has a fairly clear command and control line. Because as soon as it gets convoluted, then that starts to introduce those risks from a governance standpoint to us as a municipality. So I just wanted to make those comments. I think at this point, the proposal to accept what's on the table here might be premature. I don't know what the appropriate motions to dispose of this would be. It might be a referral back to work for Hydro and staff to work together to try and develop a construct that would be appropriate, keeping those principles in mind. But I'm interested to hear from the rest of my colleagues as well.
Thank you. I have Councillor Van Holst on the list.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the great comments from my colleagues. One thing I'll point out is that a holdco is a pretty common thing. That's many municipalities have done that, held their utilities in a holding corporation, and then had a number of other corporations as well. So this is definitely not a new thing. But as was stated, the Lucy, Mr. Card brought up, that can hold generating assets. So what it means is that if we take out our solar generation, then the profits for that go to the city. Whereas now in a regulated industry, they often find themselves in the hands of the OEB, because the OEB decides how much money we get, and if we make more and are a profitable entity outside of the ratepayers, they'll take that, and other poorly performing utilities they would give more money to. So that's good for us. But I've got a couple questions that just regarding clarification. Now the 20%, I know there's a concern about selling 20% of the affiliate, but I believe that was almost the strategy that Councillor Lehman was talking about, where we work with a private sector company, and this is really the intent, is to say to a company in the U.S., we'll sell you 20%, and we'll have this deal, and you take us to market, because London Hydro doesn't have the capacity and wouldn't be able to make those investments in order to do that. And I think the question is the $10 million, where does that come from? So if I could ask through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Sharma or Mr. Valente, but where does that $10 million, where did we think that would come from? And what about the 20%? Is that really the deal with someone to take us to market? And how would that affect the city or that affiliate?
Mr. Sharma?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, so first of all, I'm not sure where we've said that, but we've said that to city, there is not a single dollar of investment required from the council or the municipality. 5 million dividend from non-hydro will be protected. What we really are doing is using the cash flow from the renewable assets that will be transferred to Holdco to pay for its administration and other overheads so that we can venture into marketing sale of technology. Everything is on an incremental basis, as we've been doing today. If we sell one service, then only we grow to the next one. So $10 million is an ultimate investment that I don't know whether we would make it in 10 years or maybe 5 years, and we can put some restriction on as to when will that be made or when that will be triggered. But it is not an investment we are making today. It's an incremental effort by us. Second, on the 20%, Michael, you said it, Councillor Van Holst, you said very well, it is a potential. When private partner comes and we need their help and we don't have the money to go to the market in US, well, we will make a deal with them. And we are saying to the council that we permit us only up to 20%. Anything beyond that will come to you for approval and for your advice. And Councillor Michael and Your Worship, if I can take this opportunity, we have looked at all the options of creating the structure. The most common structure and most useful and efficient from tax point of view is what we have proposed to you. You can put on Holdco some more councillors if you like, so that you can have visibility to your colleagues on that Holdco. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst, any other questions?
Okay. Yes, thanks. So perhaps we could go a little further then, and maybe I can ask our legal counsel about about placing members of council on these boards in order to retain control. I believe there was no reason that Lucy had no councillors on there, except for the fact that it doesn't do much. And it might be almost like the Public Utilities Commission was for us. There's not much happening there. But perhaps we could talk about putting councillors on that in terms of having a great deal of control. What could be done there is my question. And what suggestions are there from our staff to move this forward? Everybody's interested in this affiliate, and everybody's interested in finding a way to work out mitigate the risk and have London Hydro and our staff work together to come up with something that's going to work. What direction is that going to be as far as our legal counsel sees? What ideas can move us forward?
Mr. Card?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there were two questions there. One of them is whether or not having the council appoint 3 councillors to the board of Lucy is going to provide more control. I suppose from the perspective that municipal councillors would be directly involved, that does provide somewhat more control, but it isn't the council's control. There's a difference between appointing members of council to a board or a corporation, as I'm sure the members appreciate. When they're sitting on those boards, they take the perspective of what's best for that organization. they don't attend those meetings for the purpose of communicating the council's wishes. They're there to do the business of the board. So I don't think it helps greatly. The other thing is that the function of Lucy is fairly limited. It's limited to the items that are set out in the shareholder declaration, which is some general oversight of these two corporations. But a lot of the business management functions are made by the directors of each of those corporations, particularly the LEI retail affiliate. As Mr. Sharma has indicated, the idea is that they're able to go out there and enter into negotiations and behave substantially like a regular business corporation that's owned in the private sector. So, I mean, I think that that mechanism, appointments, does provide some measure of control, but whether or not it's sufficient would be up to the council. The other question was how we might go about moving forward. And the idea that's put forward in the staff report is that there are questions that the council needs to address before we do move forward, but I can see us working with London Hydro to come up with a concept with or without the holding corporation, and if control is desired without the holding corporation, where we create a business corporation. I looked at the the Electricity Act. It's actually Section 142, not 143, but what it says is that one or more municipal corporations may cause a corporation to be incorporated under the Business Corporations Act for the purpose of generating, transmitting, distributing, or retailing electricity. And I think the idea with the retail affiliate was that it would have the generation assets, it would be incorporated for that purpose, and it would have a very important sideline in offering technology. But we could incorporate that, we could be the owner of that corporation. And so that was the option that I could see us pursuing. That would be different than the one that was proposed and is being considered here tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Van Holst, if you have other questions, you've got 60 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Sharma, what was the tax advantage of doing it this suggested way with the Lucy, and then ask our and then I have one more question for our council.
Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of the direct municipal corporation versus OBCA under the Electricity Act, Section 142, we looked at both, and what happens is there are three things that happen. First, our marketing and sale is beyond just the Ontario market. It is national, maybe international one day. And municipal corporation, even if it wants to sell within Ontario, will have to strike some kind of deal in each municipality. Furthermore, affiliate and a London Hydro, when their sister corporation owned by London Hydro Holdco, which is a taxable corporation, they can save from each other the loss and the profit of one another. So you can optimize therefore the tax advantage, because retail initially will have a loss. It will not be making money from day one. And next then is the municipal corporation under Section 203 of the Municipal Act will not be able to go beyond the municipal boundaries or the provincial boundaries, assuming you get the contract with each city separately. So those were the challenges. Then last but biggest challenge for retail affiliates especially would be the discussion of its business plan in a confidential manner. It cannot, I have avoided that discussion at the council many times before. It cannot happen at the council in the public section at all. That's why holding company, all municipalities have holding company, so that you can have confidential discussion at that holding company rather than in council discussion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. You had a question for staff. That was your final question, Councillor Van Holst. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so perhaps we could talk about, we're concerned about losing control. That could mean lots of things. I had a bit of a loss of control when I got married. So
we'll stay with the subject though, could we please?
Yeah, thank you. So what's the actual downside? What is staff concerned of that? To what extent could that loss of control get us into trouble?
Mr. Card?
Your Worship, I mean, there are many possibilities. I think one of them that popped into mind was the fact that money that would normally be flowing to the municipality for application to municipal programs would be diverted at source, basically, to investment in the retail affiliate. That's the way the documents are set up. If their capital requirements come off the dividends, so that reduces the dividends and you can't spend it on other programs. And I think these kinds of decisions are best made by the municipal council. If the funds are diverted at source to other purposes, you lose control over them. That was my concern, Your Worship.
Thank you. I have Councillor Morgan.
Yes, I want to preface my comments with saying I appreciate the discussion so far, and I don't think anything should be taken to be misinterpreted about the excellent work that is being done at LHI, as well as the innovation that they have already incorporated into their business line and are looking to release in the appropriate way. As was said by a number of councillors, there's a discussion about asset control, risk mitigation, and you know, I think I'd like to try to find a path forward to the next step in this. And so, to me, given the discussion that I've heard us have today, it seems like there is interest in colleagues getting some information back from our staff, kind of under the way that Mr. Card described, where he would work with, the Civic Administration would work with London Hydro to investigate the option of two companies, a regulated and unregulated one, that would report directly to council as the shareholder relationship. And a comparison of that model, including some of the pros and cons that Mr. Sharma just mentioned, with the model that we've had presented before us in this report. And I think seeing that information side by side might allow us to bring some clarity to the path that we might want to carve out. So I think what I would like to try to do is move a motion that receives A, so A would be the same, and then refers this back to staff to investigate the option of creating an unregulated holding, or unregulated company as envisioned in the report, and a comparison of that model with the one that was presented to us today. And I'm doing this on the fly, and I'll try to type up some language, but if the clerks are kind of listening to what I'm saying, I'm getting nods. So they understand where I'm going with this. And I think that would all come back to council, and then we can look at the next step. Because otherwise, I think we're going to get in a long conversation about discussions of risks, pros and cons. And I think that a lot of that work can be done offline, given the comments I've heard, and brought back to us for decision-making on the next step.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Cassidy, are you seconding that? Thank you. Any other comments or questions that haven't been covered? Councillor Cassidy.
Your Worship, actually, I have noticed that Councillor Hopkins has had her hand up for a while. It seemed that you were looking away every time her hand was up. I do not mind going after Councillor Hopkins.
No, I'm more than happy to recognize Councillor Hopkins. I was looking for a seconder after Councillor Morgan's, and were you seconding Councillor Hopkins? Was that what you were trying to do, or make some comments?
No, I'm happy to second, but I believe Councillor Hopkins, your mic is muted, by the way.
Thank you. Please, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. So we do have a seconder in Councillor Cassidy. I did want to make a comment to the motion presented by Councillor Morgan. And I have been listening very intently to the conversation and really appreciate all the comments, and also thank the staff for both London Hydro and city staff and the councillor, all the work that's gone into this. But I do think it's really important that city staff and London Hydro staff work together with this report coming back. I just want to underline the importance of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councillor Cassidy, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that This London Hydro is a valuable asset, and I thank you, Mr. Sharma, through you, your worship, for all of the work that's been done on this. I know when it first came forward, this may be the third time I think that we've thought about this idea, or that they've brought this idea forward, and it is exciting. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that London Hydro is a valuable asset, and it's an asset that belongs to the residents of the City of London. So, and our job is to mitigate that risk. We are not big movers and shakers in the world of enterprise and business, and I don't want us to jump in with all taking all risk, and no risk is too great. I do have a question, because a number in Councillor Van Holst added item on the added agenda, and a comment that's been made by other councillors. There's been this talk of how this can bring rates down for ratepayers here in London. It's my understanding that energy prices are set by the Ontario Energy Board. So I'm wondering how, if we go forward with something like this, if it's very profitable, how that will benefit the citizens of London beyond possibly paying a dividend, which council can then use for funding initiatives. But other than that, how would there be a reduction in the distribution charge, or financially, how does this benefit the residents of the City of London?
And excuse me, Councillor, you're directing that question to?
Mr. Sharma.
Mr. Sharma, please.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy, for the question. Yes, indeed. I think you paraphrase more or less exactly how it is going to work. So right now, we have developed the technology, and it has been funded by government, provincial and federal. It's been funded by London Hydro. It has been funded by private partners of London Hydro that have given us the money to develop that technology. So that technology is helping our customers right now with the services, where we are making few sales elsewhere. But the money that comes from the sale goes against, right now, the revenues of London Hydro, which then OEB ratcheted back the rates that we charge customers. And they'll continue in the future also, as long as London Hydro is the developer of that technology, which in our plan, it'll remain so. The affiliate is only a sales and marketing branch that we are opening. So second, of course, any money that London Hydro makes or the affiliate makes comes back as dividend to the city. So customers of London benefit that way as well. It's a win-win for customers of London Hydro if we keep on developing and pursuing these opportunities.
Thank you.
Councillor, you're good?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Van Holst on the slate.
Thank you, Your Worship, and again, thank you to my colleagues for the questions and the motion. I think a comparison is a great idea, and I would also say that a lot of thought has gone into this particular strategy from some nuances, and one of those came up, and I want to ask Mr. Sharma to describe in more detail the idea of confidentiality. So there's a big difference between the city owning a corporation and then owning a holdco in terms of transparency, what we have to do, what we can deal with in confidence, and that's been a big challenge for London Hydro sometimes. And so for this affiliate, perhaps Mr. Sharma can describe those two differences.
Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yes, actually, I can share with you experience of today. So as a regulated entity, when we applied for special permission from OEB, our cost structure was shared at the OEB. So public, our competition, everybody knows what our cost is, what we are charging in the market. And we have lost a couple of bids just because other competitors, we don't know their information, but they know our information. They have underbid us in a couple of competition that we have experienced recently. And now there are two more competition underway. We are having a little struggle with the competitors again, because they know our structure, cost structure, and they are undercutting us. So idea is that affiliate that we want to create will keep lots of things more confidential, not exposed to OEB, not declared in public sphere as to what their structure is, how are they, how much is their margin, gross margin, what their strategies to compete, etc. Those information kills the private businesses, because private businesses, once you go outside of OEB preview, you're competing on a very difficult realities out there in the marketplace. But our advantage on technology will remain so long as we stay ahead of the curve continuously. So our investment plan has to be also kept rightly. We do not want to share what and where we are making the investment for the next version of the technology. Right now, that is not the case. Everything is in public domain insofar as our development is concerned. Last but not least, also the financial status of the company. Reason we want to create Holdco is it will be held up to Holdco. Counselor will only see a consolidated statement. So no competitors can sort of seek out or take advantage of the retail affiliate in the marketplace, whether the retail affiliate is seeking a private partner or looking to do marketing with some other private company in US. They would not know whether balance sheet of the affiliate is weak or strong, because we don't want them to take advantage of that. And by keeping it private under Holdco, City will only see the consolidated statement, which will not reveal so many details of the affiliate. So those are very significant advantages in the competitive marketplace, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Van Holst?
Perhaps another question to our staff. The big concern, I think, is could somebody sell London Hydro or parts of London Hydro without council's permission? And is there a way that could happen under this suggested Lucy structure? And if there is a way is that it could happen, is there a way to mitigate that?
Mr. Card?
Your Worship, the statutory declaration forbids the sale of assets except in the ordinary course of business. Since, for example, London Hydro owns a lot of real estate, but it's not in the business of selling real estate. So presumably it wouldn't be able to dispose of that asset. You know, that's the kind of thing that could be more fully developed so that assets wouldn't be sold, or we would define what the ordinary course of business is to make it clearer when assets could actually be sold.
Does that answer that, Councillor Van Holst?
Okay. Thank you. And when we're talking about assets, we're talking about shares of London Hydro. Now, Lucy's going to own all the shares of London Hydro. Could Lucy sell those shares?
Mr. Card?
No, Your Worship, I think that would be extremely difficult to sell the shares in Lucy, but Lucy is, I mean, Lucy's only asset are going to be the generating revenues and the contracts and the shares in the operating companies. So I'm not so concerned about the sale of Lucy. I think that would be highly unlikely. However, it was mentioned in the risk documents that in connection with the retail affiliate, that there would be an exploration of the possibility of amalgamations and that sort of thing, and the sale of shares up to 20%. So, I mean, I think there is more risk with the affiliates than with Lucy itself.
Okay.
Then, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. So, so it's unlikely we're not going to see a sale of London Hydro or its shares by Lucy. and that that there is that risk. So perhaps I can ask Mr. Sharma this question. When we go into the business with the affiliate, it's going to be mostly run through London Hydro. I think there's an incrementalism that you talked about, and could you describe that just in a little more depth? Because I think that's also important, because it does have that risk mitigating effect.
Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yes, Councillor Van Holst, we have so far demonstrated that we only take incremental risk, meaning we sell one and then we try to sell another thing. So for every incremental sale, there is an investment that we make. We do a little development, we do customization, and then we have recurring revenue that comes from the customer. And that has been approach, and that approach will continue in the retail affiliate as well. Now, unfortunately, I should say, the government of Ontario has introduced legislation to make green button standard as a mandatory requirement for all utilities. So our opportunities will grow very quickly and rapidly. Question would be is then if we don't have incremental sales force to target that market, can we seek some incremental partner? And partnership negotiation can take some time, but we can at least seek some joint venture partnership, and we have limited as to how much you can seek that, only limited to the unregulated affiliate. No one single asset of Leonard Hydro will ever be compromised, so that we can then acquire resources to do the market. And those partnerships usually are time bound. So those were the considerations, because we are rapidly approaching an inflection point in our marketing opportunities. By 2022, we'll have a great market open in Ontario itself, which will be mandated. If we don't set things up of course, to the satisfaction of the council in time and properly, I'm afraid we might miss that opportunity, or at least stay very small.
Thank you. Councillor, you have a few seconds left. You don't need to use them, but if you have another question, we'll certainly consider it.
All right. Well, thank you. And I wanted to just ask Mr. Sharma to elaborate on the timeline a little more. And in terms of telling us how much time do we have for this review and this comparison of the two types of companies? So how urgent is this portion of our decision?
Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, actually, we were hoping that by the end of 2020, we will have a necessary approval. Your approval is first step, but an important step, but not the final step. We have a whole slew of approvals that we'll have to go through with Ontario Energy Board, our regulator. So anything you do today or tomorrow will not mean we will be doing that right away. It'll take another 6 months to 9 months, and maybe up to a year to get regulators' review. And that is the biggest you can say, the difficult challenge, because since we are setting up an affiliate, we're setting agreements to sell technology through their affiliate, all contracts, all the transfer of assets, all the services that we will establish, they have to be reviewed by OEB thoroughly, and they get involved with the interveners so that Leonard Hydro is well protected. They also make sure that public input is sought on any of those transfer of services and contracts and assets. So we have I wanted 12 months at least for that process to be done. So that's why we started this back in 2018. In 2019, I think I came to the council first time, and then 2020, we have come twice already. And the idea was that by end of 2020, we'll have some signal from the council to proceed. Last week, the government introduced a legislation for mandatory requirement of green button. That became now more of an urgency for us, because we have to be ready. If we want to do this business, then we have to be ready as quickly as possible. Lastly, but not least, yes, we have a government of Ontario approval for restructuring, and that has a sunset date of end of December 2022. But idea was that date was given so that we can do all the legwork up front, including OEB review, so that we do not run out of runway. The delay in decision making can potentially put us into difficulty with that sunset date. And once that sunset date is done, it'll be very difficult then to restructure. And just your worship, if I may just give you a history lesson, we had all the holdco, the affiliates, everything in 2000 because we didn't want to do any business. So London Hydro on its own proposed to city to close those shell companies. So it is not a new structure we are proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pelosi. Is someone on?
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Mr. Sharma for joining us this evening. Seeing as a motion before us is to report back Civic Administration for a staff report, and it's been duly moved and seconded. Wonder if we could just call the vote on this one.
I have no other speakers. This has been duly moved and seconded. We'll call the question.
For those who are on remote, the voting is open, and the motion before you is that the following actions be taken with respect to the proposed corporate restructuring to London Hydro. Part A, the staff report dated October 20th, 2020 with respect to the restructuring proposal by London Hydro Inc., LHI, be received for information. And Part B, the Civic Administration be directed to investigate the option of creating an unregulated company and bring forward a report that would compare this option with the options outlined in the above noted report. And there is one vote outstanding.
Mr. Chair, I think it's my vote that's outstanding since I am unable to bring up my eScribe, so I will vote yes.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Valenti, who I believe was there as well, for your participation in this very helpful discussion. We have 3 items on the items for direction, and I am going to suggest, it being 6:15, that colleagues, that we take a 15-minute bio break. Let's resume sharply at 6:30. I'll look for a motion to do so. Councillor Turner, is our seconder? Councillor Hillier? This may not be unanimous, but those who support, can we have a show of hands? Turn your screen on, please, if you're unscreened.
Motion's passed.
See you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Colleagues, we'll start up in just a moment. Colleagues, we're going to do a roll call just to ensure that everybody is supposed to be here is here. So this will just be an audio, if that's all right, the old-fashioned way here for just a moment. Just say yes or as present as you wish, or anything else to let us know. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Salih. He is here. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I'm here.
Councillor Cassidy.
Present.
Councillor Squire.
Here.
Councillor Morgan. Here. Councillor Lehman.
Here.
Councillor Hopkins.
Here.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Microphone's on.
I'll carry on. Councillor Turner.
Yes,
Councillor
here.
Councillor Plaza.
Here.
Councillor Kayabага.
I'm here.
Councillor Hillier.
Here.
And I'm here. So it's like the good old days, which I don't think we considered those the good old days, but they are as they were. Councillor Van Meerbergen, are you present? I see you there. Thank you. Okay, so we have all colleagues present accounted for. Colleagues, I'd like to turn your attention now in the agenda to 4.2, the appointment of deputy mayor. And I'd like to turn the chair, please, if I might, over to Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, and I will go first to Mayor Holder.
Well, thanks very much. And colleagues, I'm pleased to make a recommendation as it relates to the appointment of deputy mayor, and that the following actions be taken with respect to that appointment. That the appointment of Councillor Josh Morgan as deputy mayor of the City of London for a term commencing on December 1, 2020, ending on November 15, 2022, to carry out such responsibilities as set out and as provided for in the council policy, appointment of deputy mayor policy, and the council procedure bylaw be approved. And B, that the proposed attached bylaw, Appendix A, being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor for the City of London, and to repeal bylaw number A77942, being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor as selected by the mayor for the City of London, be introduced at the municipal council meeting to be held on October 27, 2020.
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Pelosi.
I'd like to second that motion, please.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for discussion. I'll first go to Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. When we first started this term, my first vote was against the deputy mayor position. Not against the person, just against the position because it sets one above the rest. Well, a lot has happened in the last 2 years. And when I reflect on that time, I have to recognize the great job the deputy mayor Helmer has done. He has showed great online leadership during the business recovery session. And as the mayor knows, those discussions got many other conversations going behind the scenes at every level of government. This also freed the mayor up to go on and look for other opportunities for London, and I appreciate that. Because of the work you did, I now recognize the need for having a deputy mayor, and I'd like to thank you personally for the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair. And I have sent out to all committee members an amendment that I would like to make to this recommendation. So, Mr. Presiding Chair, if I can make my comments now.
I'd like to get a seconder first, and then I'll go back to you. Councillor Kayabaga, I have a second from you, and I will go back to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge, first of all, that I understand the amount of work and energy that the mayor puts into coming up with an appointment for deputy mayor. And I understand the value of the mayor in making that appointment and that decision. However, I'd like to bring forward an amendment to our council policy appointment of deputy mayor policy. And I want to start off by saying, first of all, this is not about the recommendation to appoint Councillor Josh Morgan. I know it's difficult not to take this amendment personally. I would probably personally react the same way, that it's about me and I'm wrong for the position. I would bring this amendment forward regardless of what male councillor was appointed. And I'd like to explain a little bit more about that. Even if Councillor or Deputy Mayor Helmer was reappointed again, and I have such deep admiration and respect for the work that he did as Deputy Mayor through the COVID emergency declaration, and continues to work very hard. This is not about the person per se. Unfortunately, I think it's really important that this does not become divisive. We can all speak how we feel and speak to our values without feeling uncomfortable. We don't all have to agree with one another, but we can still respect one another. And that is what I would like to try to do here this evening with this amendment. I think this is an opportunity, and I'd like to encourage everyone here to have the conversation on how we as a council can structurally change our policies to include diversity, inclusivity, and gender. On this council, how we can do a better job representing the common interest of Londoners is what I want to talk about. I don't want to have this refer to the governance working group. We know where that's going to go. It will be worked on, will take a while, and then it'll come back to us. And guess what? We will be having this same conversation here. tonight. I, again, want to express to you all how I got to this amendment. So when I first read this recommendation, I automatically wanted to cast a protest vote. What do you mean a woman was not picked? What is wrong with us? We're experienced. We represent different age groups. We're diverse. We have different perspectives. What's wrong with us? I started working out in the 70s. It's 2020. Out of 15 of us, there's 4. The population, I'm sure, of London women represent probably over 51%. In the past 2 years, I have seen probably, and I could be wrong with the hours here, but an acting mayor being a woman for 6 hours, and it's 2020. I started out in the 70s, so I am going to react. But I wanted to think about, should I just do a protest vote? Where's that going to lead me? Am I saying what I mean when I talk about diversity? Am I leaving out other colleagues of mine on council? Most likely I am, if I just look at it from my perspective, and I don't want to do that. Mr. Mayor and I had a conversation about the amendment, and he asked me the question, if there was a woman's name on this recommendation, would I still bring this amendment forward? And I thought that was a great, great question, because it made me think. And I love it when I have to think about something that is really important.
Councillor, we've passed the 5-minute time, but
If I can ask for an extension?
I will ask that you, Councillor Pelosa.
I'd like to move an extension for Councillor Hopkins.
Okay, do I need a
Thank
I
you.
have a seconder for that?
Thank you,
Mayor-
Chair. I'm pleased to second that.
Mayor Holder. Okay. Please, Councillor Hopkins, continue. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to go for a vote. I assume there's no comments or questions, so I'll just put on the floor for a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Please continue, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. So when I was asked that question, if there was a woman's name, would I still want to bring this amendment forward? And I had to think about it. And I thought about it. You know, a protest vote, where would that get me? So I say no. But what can I do about it? And with some consultation and thinking this through and not wanting to leave out the rest of my colleagues, I thought of bringing forward this amendment. And I'm not sure if the public is aware of the amendment, but I would like to read it out. And it's the appointment of Councillor Josh Morgan as Deputy Mayor for the City of London for a term commencing on December the 1st, 2020 and ending November the 30th, 2021, to carry out such responsibilities as set out as provided for in the Council Policy Appointment of Deputy Mayor Policy and the Council Procedure Bylaw be approved for 1 year. B, The proposed revised attachment bylaw, Appendix A, being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor for the City of London and to repeal the bylaw number A, 7794-2, being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor as selected by the mayor for the City of London, be introduced at the Municipal Council meeting to be held on October the 27th, 2020. And C, the city clerk be directed to bring forward to a future meeting to the SBPC an amendment to council policy, appointment of deputy mayor policy, that would limit the appointment period of the deputy mayor to a maximum of 1 year, and to incorporate wording that would ensure consideration of the appointment through a diversity, inclusivity, and gender lens. That is my amendment. And I would just like to sum up by saying that if I want to be true to myself, and if I believe in diversity, we should not have long terms, but short terms. 4 deputy mayors, 4 years as opposed to 1 or 2. That's diversity. It's important that we all have a voice. Encourage all the council to support this amendment so that we can all feel and be part of this council and councils in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions on the amendment? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I'm happy to support the amendment as proposed by Councillor Hopkins. I think she raises a lot of very good points. The deputy mayor position is a strange one. Historically, it used to be the person who received the most votes in the race for Board of Control. So the controller that had the most votes became the deputy mayor. And then when Board of Control was eliminated, the deputy mayor policy had to be revisited. We've visited a few times since then. I think it's one of those positions that certainly warrants a look. In the past, I've talked about how it's the mayor's prerogative to appoint a deputy mayor as it's currently been structured. And that's not inappropriate, but I think it's quite appropriate that the framing of the lens and the context of the consideration of who should serve and the opportunities that it presents, especially since we are proportionately underrepresented by women on this council and have been for some time. We are proportionately underrepresented with people of color as well. I think the opportunities that present through the appointment of deputy mayor provides that chance to perhaps compensate, if not to some small degree, for those underrepresentations. And I think those should be first and foremost in consideration through the appointment process. I think what Councillor Hopkins is putting forward is fair, measured, and appropriate, and I hope you'll support it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. I have Councillor Squire next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So there's a few things I do want to say, because I think, first of all, it's really important for us to understand what the position is and what we are voting on. I am not voting for the deputy mayor that I choose. I'm not voting for a deputy mayor where it's a vote of different members of council, different people can put their names forward and stand for deputy mayor. I've already done that. I did that during the first term when we had 2 deputy mayors, and I voted for a female deputy mayor. That's what I did when I had a chance to vote for a deputy mayor in an open election where I didn't choose anyone. So I think it's really important that those of us who did that and recognized at that time that a woman should be, and there's no reason a woman wouldn't be deputy mayor, I certainly didn't give it a second thought. Because I believe in providing people with opportunities and chances to serve in different positions. And if you follow my record on every vote, I vote for people who have been deputy chairs of committees so that they have an opportunity. And I can't ever remember thinking about the gender of a person before I voted. And I think it's important that I make that clear. And I'll stand on my record on that. The second thing is, this is not my position all along has been the mayor has this option to choose a deputy mayor. I've never been involved in the decision-making, the background, or anything about who was chosen as a deputy mayor. Mayor Brown selected Councillor Hubert. Mayor Holder has selected Councillor Helmer and Councillor Morgan. My position on that vote is I'm just to confirm the vote, similar to what senators are supposed to do when a Supreme Court justice comes in front of them for election. Look past gender. If the person is qualified, I will confirm. Now, I am a little concerned about the idea because there seems to be what we're saying is we're going to make it a one-year term, which means there's going to be 1 year at the end. And from Councillor Hopkins' comments, it has to be a woman. Maybe I'm wrong, but we keep talking.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
Go ahead. I don't mind.
Presiding through the chair. I think I'm not sure where I said it had to be a woman. My amendment, it is not just about a woman. It's about the rest of council and other colleagues being able to represent the common good that's out there in our community.
Thank you, Councillor. I will return to Councillor Squire.
Thank you. I'm glad Councillor Hopkins said that and made that clarification because, and I don't want to offend anybody here. I think the person who's qualified, whoever they might be, can be selected. I think the difficulty I'm having is I didn't make this choice. I've never made this choice. I've never been asked to make this choice. This is a choice that's made by the mayor. And I'm going to be, if there's answers for selections, the mayors that made those selections should answer for the selections they made. Now, you're talking about going forward. Now we're saying we're going to do it in a different manner. I'm just concerned about, we've got 2 more years left in our term. Next year, we're going to come back to this process, a process that may be highly political and involve, Councillor Hopkins, I'm just going to finish. I said may be highly political. I don't know if it'll be. I'm not saying it will be. I'm just concerned about that. Frankly, I would rather not have to deal with this issue again. One thing I want to say about Councillor Helmer, the reason I really liked him as deputy mayor, he never came to me and tried to tell me what to do at all. I think he knows me well enough after serving with me for 5 years that he and I have a good relationship, but we don't try to persuade each other to change our position. So I should give that shout out to the deputy mayor now. I enjoyed having you as deputy mayor. I think you acted appropriately. You stepped in where it was necessary, but you never showed any sort of bias or anything like that, and I appreciated that. So that's where I am right now. I feel like I'm, in a way, getting dragged into a selection process that I never was involved in, and I just want to make clear that if we had a selection process that I was involved in, I have no problem with picking a woman or anyone for that particular role. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to listen to hear what people say. It's an interesting amendment, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. So I'm struggling to, and I think that it was perhaps just a verbal oversight. But when Councillor Hopkins started out her comments, she said, you know, she would be doing this regardless of any male name that came forward. And she said she's not saying that it has to be a woman next time and saying it's about diversity. But to say that about any male councillor's name who had been put forward, you know, I'm the only member of the LGBTQ community ever elected to this body. That's a diverse group. Councillor Salee and Councillor Kayabega represent people of color, which Councillor Turner referenced. Diversity comes in a lot of shapes and sizes. There's diversity in age. There's diversity in our lived experience with poverty. And you know what we don't get to choose, colleagues? We don't get to choose the diversity of the 15 people sent here to represent Londoners. The public does that when they vote for us. So we work with the team that the public chooses to send here. So I actually do find it, the motion coming tonight, to be a bit unfair and a bit divisive because we've had exactly 1 2-year term deputy mayor. Councillor Turner referenced the history of the deputy mayor position. The previous council tinkered with it. The council before that tinkered with it because we got rid of border control. So we've not let any policy exist for any length of time on this. And now, halfway through a term, not even for the next term of council, which if this was coming for the next term of council, I would be very interested to hear the reasons behind. And I have no problem with Councillor Hopkins wanting to codify in our deputy mayor policy the importance of applying a gender and diversity lens by the mayor when he's making that decision. I think the mayor did apply those lenses, frankly. I know he had a conversation with me, and I know I'm not the only one he had a conversation with as a candidate who represents an underrepresented group, and he was very thoughtful about it. And I fully support the choice that he's made tonight in Councillor Morgan, because at the end of the day, I think Councillor Morgan has the skill set and the merit to be the best person for the job for the next 2 years. I don't know why we're tying terms of service to whether or not we should codify in our process a gender and diversity lens. To me, these two things should have been dealt with differently, and they should have gone through, honestly, governance working group. And I heard Councillor Hopkins say she didn't want to send it there. But this came at the 11th hour with a name already nominated. So while it may not be her intent to make it feel like it's about Councillor Morgan, once a name's been put forward, it absolutely becomes a discussion about that. And that's very unfair to that councillor. You know, we've had 4-year deputy mayors. We've had 2 deputy mayors at a time. We keep tinkering with this policy. You know, scientists will tell you in the search for exoplanets, there's this habitable zone, the Goldilocks zone. And if you look at our own solar system, Mars is too far, it's too cold. Venus is too near, it's too hot. Earth's right in the middle, and it's just right. And we've had a 4-year term, and I think the 2-year term for a deputy mayor, regardless of who fills the role, is just about right, because you need to give people time to get up to speed on the job and to do the job fully. We also have to keep in mind that not all of council is necessarily interested in serving in this role. And I don't know which other colleagues were part of this discussion, or if they've expressed an interest in fulfilling this role with the mayor. But there's a part of this that comes to our responsibility to step up and let our names be known to the mayor as being interested in doing this. I want to thank the mayor for his respectful approach to me in discussing this. And Councillor Hopkins, I would be absolutely happy to support codifying the gender and diversity lens in the language of the policy. What I'm not happy with is tinkering with a 2-year term halfway through a session of council. I think it is inappropriate, and I think it's something that is better referred to a decision for the next term of council, whether you're going to do 1-year appointments, 4-year appointments, 2-year appointments. But I don't think we should be changing mid-course. And I think that actually 1 year is too short, because I think people do need time to grow into the role, learn it, and take it from there. And I will just finish by saying I too want to echo what other colleagues have said. Deputy Mayor Helmer and I may not always agree, but I have found him very professional and easy to work with in his role as deputy mayor. And sometimes he's helped me see some compromises that I didn't realize were there. And I think that Councillor Morgan will do the same in that role. So I really encourage people to vote down this amendment, stick with the mayor's recommendation. And if we want to have a discussion about what the terms should be, then let's have a thoughtful discussion about that through a proper policy review process, not at the 11th hour.
Thank you, Councillor. Other comments or questions? Your Worship.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to chat for a moment. Let me first thank Councillor Pelosa for seconding my recommendation. You know, it's 2 years ago when we voted and selected Deputy Mayor Helmer for a 2-year term. And as a new person on council, I will tell you, you know, it's rather interesting. I was told at some levels you might be politically or diametrically opposed to certain positions. And I have to tell you, over these 2 years, and I'll say more as we get closer to the December 1st date, I want to echo Councillor Hillier, Councillor Squire, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Lewis, and others who feel as I, but the incredibly strong and exceptional job the Deputy Mayor Helmer has provided this council and me. I've learned a world from him. And one of the things that I think I'd like to share with you is when I say that I consider all my actions as mayor through that diversity, gender, inclusivity lens, any part of that I have, a large part of that is I think because of the leadership I've seen through Deputy Mayor Helmer and members of this council. And I'm proud of the commitment this council has taken on a number of issues and things still to be intended. To me, there's two parts to Councillor Hopkins' amendment that I think are important that we're dealing with. And I appreciate that she indicated this was not in relation to my recommendation of Councillor Morgan. Rather, two issues, one about term length, and then second, looking at things through diversity, gender, and inclusivity lens. And from the standpoint of the term, you'll all know, because we've lived this, the biggest issue of our time has been the pandemic, which effectively started in January, and we started to deal with things some short weeks later. And Deputy Mayor Helmer and I worked together in the first year, probably learned each other's bad habits, but more importantly, nuances, and I found that exceptionally valuable. And then when the crunch came, and it has been all of that, to have us side by each on this has been more important than you'll ever know. And maybe I don't share that enough with you. I'm just saying to council, I think irrespective of the candidate, a 2-year term is critically important. You'll note that one of the councillors served a 4-year term last time. I'm not sure when Councillor Deputy Mayor Helmer and I talked about the end of his 2-year term, if he was just relieved that it was coming to an end, or just actually with the contributions that he's made. You all know him and you know what it's meant. But I can tell you as mayor, to have someone with that experience, and to have someone, and we have exceptionally qualified people on this council, let me be fully clear. And when I look at the amount of time it takes probably to learn each other, about each other, to work with each other, to develop that confidence and trust, it's been huge. So I just want to say to you strongly that a 2-year term for any councillor to become deputy mayor and to fulfill those obligations is essential, not just to mayor, but it benefits all of council. The second thing is, and I'm exceptionally sensitive to the comment about viewing things through that diversity, gender, and inclusivity lens. And in that part, Councillor Hopkins, you're 100% right. And I respect that. I try to do that through the actions that I take. So it's my hope, colleagues, that as we consider this, that we look at the importance of a 2-year appointment and why that matters. And secondly, from my perspective, I will always consider and endeavor to look at the actions I take through that lens, because I think that this is a council that is broadly progressive in its thinking, cares about this community more than any I could imagine. And that would be the intent as we carry forward. When the deputy mayor and I worked together on the economic and social impact task forces, which has ultimately morphed into the London Community Recovery Network. I'm not sure that it wasn't Councillor Kaibaga, excuse me, who suggested that we also ensure that we have, as co-leaders of those groups, the BIPOC community. And it was a brilliant suggestion, and it was incorporated because it's the right thing to do. So let's always measure things by the right thing to do. So I'm hopeful that as I'm asking council to defeat the amendment, it's only in the reflection that I firmly believe, with any experience I've had, that when you work with someone, as long as I've had the privilege to work with Deputy Mayor Helmer, it makes that role of Deputy Mayor that much more essential and effective for the sake of moving our city forward. Thank you, Chair. And thank you all.
Thank you. I have next Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. And I'm very, very happy that Councillor Morgan was nominated. I think he's an excellent choice. And I would have been happy with, very happy with a number of councillors who would also have been excellent choices. The question before us seems to be really about the length of the term. And in one way to make this very fair, if we wanted to do it, was simply have the deputy mayor position be for 3 months. And then over the course of the term, everybody would get a chance to do it. And a couple people twice, but that that may not be provide the value to that position. So I think that's what's necessary for us to determine, and realizing that then it can only be two people, and it will fall to someone, and it's the job of the mayor to use that lens and make the appropriate decision. So I think his decision is appropriate. I understand where Councillor Hopkins is. I understand her concern, but I guess I'm going to agree. Having heard about the value of 2 years, I think I'll vote against the motion and say that we should go this way.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Councillor Kabaga.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I just first wanted to congratulate Councillor Helmer for the time that he served as Deputy Mayor. I think we all had the opportunity to learn a lot from him, as the Mayor mentioned. And I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Morgan on his selection of being Deputy Mayor. I think that he's going to do a great job, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate and work with him. I am supporting this motion that Councillor Hopkins has put on the floor for a lot of reasons, some of which she's already mentioned, so I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I also just want to address some things that I've heard on the floor being discussed by my colleagues on this false narrative that we've continued to have this discussion over the last 2 years, knowing that we do have diversity on council. We have women, we have 4 women, and we have 2 Black people, and we have someone who identifies as part of the LGBTQ+ community. And we still talk about this false narrative that diversity and equity practices are a result of finding people who are not capable or not qualified. And I'm not saying that anybody used those specific words, but when we're questioning diversity and equity practices and using words like we're going to look for the most qualified people, we are attacking the actual practices of equity work, which are meant to be more inclusive, to highlight the qualified people who are being overlooked based on the barriers that the system has put in place for them. So I just want to talk about that again, and hoping that this will be the last time that on council I have to say that again, because I think I've said this a number of times, that we need to stop doing that. We have a number of qualified people who are diverse at the City of London on council, and we were, quite frankly, all elected at the same level, and we do have the same qualifications, and some more and some less, but let's not be aware of the barriers that the system creates for other people. So another reason why I'm supporting this motion that Councillor Hopkins has put on the floor is not because I'm protesting anybody. In fact, I didn't even know what her thought process was in bringing this motion forward. I decided to support it after I received it in my email last night and read it, and did agree that we do need to be more inclusive, because we do know that the system is full of barriers for diverse people, and we're not at a place where equity is part of our regular practices. A few months ago, we asked city staff and different organizations in our city to go back and look at their practices and be more diverse and be more inclusive and work on their equity practices. And we now have the opportunity to do the same thing as a council that we've asked other people to do. I do not see why we couldn't do it. This council has also adopted on many different occasions different stance and has spoken on different issues relating to equity and inclusion in women and diversity and anti-oppression work. And we have said ourselves to be leaders in this work. So why wouldn't we want to make sure that every single leadership roles is also accessible, equitable, and inclusive for everyone? We know that for many years, I mean, we're in Canada in 2020, and only 80-something years ago, women were recognized as persons. So it is not a false narrative. It's not something that we create in our minds as women or as people of color, that barriers in our system exist. They do exist, and we feel them, and we experience them every single day. So if we have said that we are allies to women, this is part of our strategic priorities on many occasions. We've moved into making equity practices as part of our ongoing process moving forward as a city. It's part of our values now. It should be for the council as well. This is why I'm supporting this motion. I'm very pleased to see Councillor Morgan. I work really well with Councillor Morgan, and I've worked really well with Councillor Helmer as well. I'm happy to work with anybody who the mayor chooses himself, but I'm happy to review a policy that we deem in 2020 is no longer serving our community. We have a diverse community. We have 50% plus more women in this city, and it is imperative that on a council of 15 people, and only 4 of those are women, that we do take a look at this and we do take it seriously. I understand how this can be taken as a personal thing, but this is not personal. This is the ongoing process that we've been going through to review and renew our policies to make sure that they're equitable, they're inclusive, and they're reflective of our community. That being said, we just also heard that the government just took a step in reducing and creating more barriers for women, for people of color, by removing ranked ballot. This is not a time for us to keep regressing.
Councillor.
So I would encourage council to support this motion and to continue to be the allies that we say we are publicly, that we actually put it in words, in action as well. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Hopkins, for putting this motion forward. And once again, congratulations to Councillor Morgan. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Pelosi next.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and thank you to Councillor Hopkins for bringing this forward for discussion. And certainly to Deputy Mayor Helmer for his 2 years of tireless service as serving as Deputy Mayor, especially during such trying times that our city has faced. My concerns with what's before us is, having listened to Councillor Hopkins, and it's something I really would have preferred to see at the governance working group for consideration for the 2022-2026 term. Looking at, is the right mix, 2 councillors each, and we can have a strategic focus on mobilizing what our unique talents are. As this is a very talented council. We bring very diverse things to the table, and I think we do even better things when we pair that up with our strategic priorities. For the talk of transparency, perhaps we do need to have it to be part of the consideration process, just like we do committees. Not that we're picking, but that we'd get to see who is actually interested in serving. And if we don't see certain diversity and inclusion happening, it's why those people aren't stepping forward into certain roles and why we aren't making space for each other. I see a 1-year term as being too short. That's one of my main concerns, that 2 years to settle in and really have the opportunity to develop the talent and your leadership skills around the Horseshoe, and to show that leadership to Londoners that we bring. So for those reasons, I'll be voting against this, though happy to include wording in the other motion to ensure that consideration of the appointment through a diversity, gender inclusion, inclusivity lens. Though, as that's always already part of our citywide policies, I would expect anyone in a leadership position around this Horseshoe to be doing that. And there's nothing in this motion to say that someone meeting that criteria would have to be selected anyways for those terms. So thank you for this conversation. I know women are leaders. I know we're powerful, and I know our place is in whatever chair around this Horseshoe that we want it to be.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions before I go to the vote? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. As the only other person on this council who has served as deputy mayor, I feel I have some insight into this. So first of all, yes, this is the mayor's decision, and I think he has made 2 very good choices so far this term of council. Not going to heap any more praise on Deputy Mayor Helmer. His head might already be getting too big, but he has done a very good job, and I expect no less from Councillor Morgan. As far as the choice goes, yes, it's the mayor's choice, but we set the policy, and councils past have set this policy. So I do want to clear some things up. The idea of the appointed deputy mayor has not been tinkered with. This is pretty much unchanged from the policy that was set in the 2010 to 2014 council, and it was set for the next term of council. So the idea of the mayor appointing a councillor to be the deputy mayor has pretty much not changed. As far as the term length goes, it is the mayor's prerogative to set that term. So for people to say 1 year is too short, it's the mayor's prerogative. He could, in present day, appoint a councillor for 1 year. So, you know, this protest about this being too short, right now, the way the policy is written, it is not in council's control other than to endorse the candidate that the mayor has chosen as deputy mayor. The deputy mayor Helmer can provide his thoughts on length of term. I do believe that there can be, at the end of 1 year, a feeling, and I had it myself, and so put my name forward again for re-election for a second term of deputy mayor, because at that point the elected deputy mayor, the term was for 1 year, and so I felt like I had more work to do. Part of that reason for me was because I began as deputy mayor at the same time that I began as a city councillor. And I had a lot to learn as a city councillor, and I had a lot to learn as a deputy mayor. And I felt like I had more to contribute in that role, and council selected me again, and I was very grateful for their confidence. So I do understand that that idea that 1 year is short. However, again, that is the mayor's prerogative. Whoever is appointed as deputy mayor, the way the policy is currently written, they serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and the mayor determines the term. Notwithstanding how this is written right now, it's written right in our policy that the mayor can change out the deputy mayor at any point in time. I understand as well the belief that all of us in leadership roles will always use a gender and diversity lens. We do, though, however, have inherent biases, and I am extremely supportive of having it written right in the policy that the mayor, in making this selection, should use a gender and diversity lens. I have concerns, as Councillor Hopkins pointed out, and I am supportive of this current motion the way it's written, because I have concerns over the last 2 years, not in the choices of the choice prior and the current choice of deputy mayor, but as we've gone through the last 2 years, to see the lack of diversity in the acting mayor role. And that is something that is an ad hoc decision that happens when neither the mayor nor the deputy mayor can act in the role of head of council. And so it is incumbent upon the mayor to choose an acting mayor. And I have not seen any diversity in that. I believe we have a policy, and I have a question through you, Mr. Presiding Officer, to the clerk. in choosing an acting mayor, when neither the mayor nor the deputy mayor can act, I thought there used to be a policy where the decision had to come to council if there was enough time. So when there was a period of time where there would not be a council meeting and the absence was not foreseen, then the mayor chose an acting mayor. But when the absence was known in advance, I thought that this decision had to come to council to choose an acting mayor. Can the clerk please let me know if that policy has changed?
I will go to the clerk.
Through you, Acting Chair, Councillor Cassidy has framed it correctly. There is a current policy that if there is time, sufficient time, that it would be council that would choose the acting mayor. However, if there isn't sufficient time, then the mayor can do that.
Councillor, you're approaching your time, so I would ask that you wrap up. I have Councillor Helmer next.
I'm going to wrap up, and I would just say that if we had followed that policy, that would have given us the opportunity to have this conversation a long time ago. So I'm hopeful going forward that we will follow that policy. And again, I want to reiterate my support for Councillor Morgan. I will support this. And Mr. Presiding Officer, I wonder if you could perhaps call Councillor Hopkins' amendment separately in A, B, and C, and people that don't support the one-year term can vote against that, and that will allow us. Sorry, somebody's calling me, and then we can move forward from there. So that's just my suggestion, and that's all.
I have Councillor Helmer and then Councillor Lewis next on the list.
Thank you. I want to say first to my colleagues, I appreciate the approach people are taking to this conversation. It's not an easy conversation to have, and I think the discussion has been a good one so far. I wanted to wait and listen to what people had to say before I weighed in. I will also say on a more lighthearted note, if I'd known the kind of compliments that were going to come my way, I would have tried to end my term sooner. You know, it's been a bit much listening to everyone putting the compliments on me. And I will just say on a more substantive note that I certainly have appreciated having 2 years as deputy mayor, but I do not think that that is necessary for all people and in all circumstances. And I want to expand on that a little bit because Councillor Morgan is in a very different situation than I was in when I became deputy mayor 2 years ago. For one thing, Councillor Morgan is approaching the end of his 6th year on council, and back then we had only done 4 years. Neither of us had worked with Mayor Holder, who was coming in to municipal politics for the very first time. And I think that the two of us, Mayor Holder and myself, we did need some time to really get our feet underneath us and be a well-performing team. And I'd like to think that over time we got a little bit better at it. And so for me, I think a 2-year term was helpful. I have in the past argued very strenuously against long terms for this kind of role. I advised the previous mayor, Mayor Brown, to not have someone stay in the role for a very long time. I didn't think it was good for the council overall, and I didn't think it was the right thing to do. I also in the past have supported the idea of having 2 deputy mayors, and I resisted the change to get rid of the second deputy mayor at the time because I thought having multiple deputy mayors provides more leadership opportunities for people over the course of the term of council. And I think that that is important in terms of the overall functioning of the group and the various work that needs to be done. And I will say, having been deputy mayor now for almost 2 years, it can be a lot of work. And frankly, there's lots of work to go around, and having 2 people doing it would be better. I also want to recognize that there's never really a good time to have this conversation about how should we structure these things. Almost all of the discussions I have participated in around how should we do this policy have not really been great conversations. It always seems to be an inconvenient time. And what I will say about it is it's important that we have the conversation, that we try and get it right. We're not going to get it right all the time. And I think we've had plenty of examples in the past where we haven't quite got it right in terms of the policy. And I don't want to avoid the conversation or just keep the status quo because the conversation's not happening at the right time. So we can't go back in time and have the conversation last year when it might have been easier to keep it separate from who is the person and what is the impact directly. That might have been easier to have a conversation just about the policy. And it frankly would have been a lot more helpful to have it settled before the mayor makes the selection and brings it forward to council than it is to kind of make the change as it's happening. I recognize it puts the mayor in a very difficult position. I think it's not ideal, but here we are anyway. And I support the motion from Councillor Hopkins. I think putting in the change to the policy is good. I think of all the people on council, Councillor Morgan does not need the same kind of runway that I needed to get up to speed and to be effective as a deputy mayor. He is very well positioned and ready to be deputy mayor. And frankly, I think Mayor Holder is in a different position now than he was when we both started on December 1st. So, you know, I think that people can figure it out. I actually think there's lots of different ways of making this kind of thing work. And if we were to have 2 deputy mayors with 2-year terms, that would be 4, you know, over the course of a council term. And I think that that would be a good option. If we go with what Councillor Hopkins is suggesting right now, you could potentially have 3 deputy mayors, 1 with a 2-year term and 2 with 1-year terms, or potentially, I guess, a renewal out in the future. And I think that could work too. And so I don't think there's one way that can work. I think what's important is that we recognize we have a very talented group of people with different skills and abilities and experiences. And we have to be able to get the best out of the group that we've got. And I think there's lots of ways we can do that. If we give people more opportunities to get involved, and it's not just deputy mayor, it's like chair of committee, doing all that work. I think we'll be better off for it in the end. And what I'd like to avoid is thinking that there's only one way to do it, or that we can't make any changes because it's partway through a process. So I'm going to support the change. I think a 1-year term can work. I think Councillor Morgan will do a good job if he has 1 year to do it. I think the changes to the policy are good ones, and I support those separately from the 1-year term. And if in the end that's not the decision of the council, I'm going to support Councillor Morgan for the 2-year term.
Thank you. I have Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. And I'm going to pick up on what Councillor Cassidy mentioned in terms of separating these out. And I'm going to move an amendment to the amendment that in Part C, we delete the language that limits the appointment period of the deputy mayor to a maximum of 1 year, so that people who support moving forward the diversity, gender, and inclusivity lens language into the policy can support that without supporting the term limit proposed by this motion. So I'd like to move an amendment to Part C that deletes the language limiting the term to 1 year. And I'll look to see if I've got a seconder for that.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment to the amendment? Councillor Hillier. So essentially what we have...
Point of order, if I might.
Point of order, Councillor Turner.
I might, just for clarification, I'm not sure if amendments to amendments are permitted, but if you might allow me to ask the clerk through you, Mr. President.
Please, Councillor Turner. I will turn to the... You can ask your question to the clerk.
Through Mr. Acting Mayor, amendment to an amendment is permitted.
Is permitted?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So essentially what we have here is we have an amended motion. The clerk has advised me that it would be best to split this into 2 parts with A and B together. If Councillor and C, so be A and B together, and then Part C. Let me first check with the mover of that, Councillor Cassidy, if that would be acceptable. My apologies. I'm to deal with the amendment to C first. So we have an amendment to C to change the wording. That would, if I ask the clerk to put that wording together so we can read it, but essentially my understanding, it would remove reference to limiting the appointment period to 1 year. But I'll ask the clerk to have that wording finalized. Okay, I will read the amended motion out and double check with Councillor Lewis to make sure that that's what he intended. The city clerk be directed to bring forward to a future meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee an amendment to council policy, appointment of deputy mayor policy that would incorporate wording that would ensure consideration of the appointment through a diversity, gender, and inclusivity lens. And I'm getting the okay nod from Councillor Lewis, and Councillor Hillier is indicating yes. Any questions or comments on this amendment to C? Seeing none, then I will put this amendment to C on the floor for a vote.
Councillor Pelosa.
Closing the vote, the amendment to the amendment is passed 9-6.
Okay. Thank you. So what I would like to do, I apologize, we just want to make sure we get this straight with the clerk as we proceed. Advice of the clerk, before we get to A and B, I would like to put C on the floor as amended. Any comments or questions on? Oops. Okay, can I have a mover for C and a seconder? See, Councillor Cassidy, you're moving it? I can't hear you, please unmute.
Sorry, I was going to, but it's actually Councillor Hopkins' motion originally, so.
Yes, Councillor Hopkins, would you like to move C as amended?
I didn't support the amendment.
Councillor, well, would you like to or not?
I'll move it.
Councillor Cassidy has moved it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lewis. So we have a mover and a seconder for C that I just read as amended. Any comments or questions before I put that to the vote? Councillor Karebega.
Could you please read it out again? I have a hard time seeing the motion on my screen.
Sure, I'd be happy to. The city clerk be directed to bring forward to a future meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee an amendment to council policy, appointment of deputy mayor policy, to incorporate wording that would ensure consideration of the appointment through a diversity, gender, and inclusivity lens. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair. So again, the reason I brought this amendment forward was to look at a one-year term. If we talk about diversity, inclusivity, we have to look at the term. It's really important that we allow some flexibility. We can always reappoint, if that's the council's wish, on the decision made by the mayor. I am not supporting, this makes it really difficult for me. But I am going to stay with the motion and my intent to create diversity, being included, having that gender lens. You need opportunities to allow that to happen, and a one-year term would allow that to happen.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions on C? Seeing none, then I will call the vote.
Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Sully.
I'm voting, but it's just, oh, now it's responding.
Thank you. Closing the vote. The motion is passed 14-1.
Thank you. On advice of clerk, I will be putting A and B together as they are tied together. I will put this on the floor now for any comments or questions. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair. If I could just sort of sum up, and I just want to thank everyone for this conversation. I think it's an important conversation, and I really want to thank each and every one of you for allowing that to happen. I think we choose to be divisive or not, and I appreciate that we didn't go down that route. I think we understand the importance of it being included, each and every one of us, regardless of who you are, and being part of the council is very, very important. I also want to just acknowledge Councillor Josh Morgan. It wasn't about him not being the deputy mayor here. I think this is important for us to understand and appreciate the choice that the mayor made. And I look forward to working, and by the way, Councillor Morgan, congratulations on your re-election to the FCM board. I look forward to working with not only you, but the mayor as well, representing the big city mayors, and I'm representing AMO, and working forward in the next while on working together. I'm really looking forward to that as well, and congratulate you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will go next to Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. So just for some clarification, Councillor Hopkins had put a motion on the floor. There's her amendment had two parts to it. A, she also had an amendment that had the Councillor Morgan's term reduced to end to November 30th, 2021. So I just want clarification. Are we voting on the remainder of her amendment now that we've passed C amended, or are we going back to a previous amendment? I just want to know what's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's best that I read out the amendment. This is the amendment as put forth by Councillor Hopkins and has been seconded. We've already voted on part C. What's on the floor now is A and B, and I'm going to read that out. A, the appointment of Councillor Josh Morgan as Deputy Mayor for the City of London for a term commencing on December 1st, 2020 and ending on November 30th, 2021 to carry out such responsibilities as set out as provided for in the council policy appointment of deputy mayor policy and the council procedure bylaw be approved. B, the proposed revised attached bylaw appendix A being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor for the City of London and to repeal bylaw number A7794-2 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor as selected by the mayor for the City of London be introduced at municipal council meeting to be held on October 27th, 2020. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to ask your suggestion then. The amendment you just read out has Councillor Morgan being appointed for a one-year term, whereas the council had decided that the two-year term is more appropriate. And I appreciate Councillor Hopkins' statement that making more opportunities through time is possible with the shorter term. But I think here we would either need to amend this one so that it said 2022 or vote it down and then vote on the original motion as presented by the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That is correct. We will vote on this. If it is voted down, then we will go back to the original motion. Any other comments, Councillor?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on A and B of the amendment? Seeing none, sorry.
Then perhaps we should split A and B out because
Councillor, I've already ruled on that. They are tied together on advice of the clerk. I will be putting both together.
Okay, may I ask then through to the clerk, if we vote down B, will that give us a problem passing, I guess, the mayor's motion, which I think had this clause in it as well? Would that become a decided matter of council that we're going to try and pass again? I'm sorry for my confusion, but I don't have both in front of me right now.
Okay. Councillor, I think it's best that I go to the clerk here to help us out here to make sure we got exactly right.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Part A of Councillor Hopkins' amendment is to appoint Councillor Morgan for a one-year period. Part B of Councillor Hopkins' motion implements A. So that's why they need to be done together. It's a revised bylaw that would change the term for 1 year. So that is what is currently on the floor. So depending on what happens, ask me after this, what happens next.
Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, I'm sorry. This was, I thought, the one that would repeal the bylaw that had appointed Councillor Helmer as the deputy mayor. That's fine. I think I'm clear now.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we call the vote? Seeing none, then I will call the vote.
Councillor Kayavaga?
Sorry, I'm trying to vote. I'm sorry, did you get my vote?
I did. I'm closing the vote, and the motion is lost, 6-9.
Thank you. We will now go back to the original motion, which essentially appoints Josh Morgan as deputy mayor for a 2-year term. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call, I apologize, Councillor Squire, I did not see your orange mask or your hand.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make an observation. I don't need an answer at this point. I just want to take note of the fact that in addition to being, if he's elected as deputy mayor, Councillor Morgan also holds the position of budget chair. And I think there's an opportunity there to share roles. So that's the only observation I would make. I think there's been a lot of discussion tonight about providing people with opportunities. I enjoyed the fact that the roles of deputy mayor and budget chair were split, giving different people chances at leadership. So I'm not going to put anyone on the spot for having providing an answer tonight. I'm just going to say there's an opportunity there for some consideration by the mayor and probably the new deputy mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions before we call the vote? Seeing none, then I'll put the vote on the floor. Sorry?
Sorry,
Councillor Cassidy, I apologize. I did not
No,
see
my
it.
apologies, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just want to say congratulations to Councillor Morgan and congratulations to the mayor as well. It's a very good choice.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other hands up or hands on the screen, so now I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Thank you, everyone, and I will add my words of thanks to Deputy Mayor Helmer for assisting the mayor through very challenging times that no one saw coming. And I think Councillor Morgan will do a great job in filling those shoes. So now I will turn it back to the mayor.
Well, thanks very much, Councillor Lehman. I appreciated your leadership in that role. Colleagues, I'm going to turn your attention to 4.3, the committee appointment preferences submitted by council members. By the way, just as we consider that, I will tell you, you will have a future opportunity to say really nice things about the current deputy mayor and extend any wishes you choose to the incoming deputy mayor. And we'll make sure that we do that thoughtfully. So thank you all for your work on this. 4.3, committee appointment preferences submitted by council members. You will turn your attention to page 345 in your book, which is the last couple of pages. And you'll see that we are looking now to appoint committees, and we will ultimately post each committee, select a committee chair as well. And we have in order, for the benefit of those watching, initially the Planning and Environment Committee, which will require 5 council members. That same number will apply to Civic Works, Community and Protective Services, and ultimately Corporate Services as well. And that's the order. Colleagues, I'm also going to mention as well that you have an opportunity in terms of first preferences to withdraw a name, to add a name, because we are going to be putting on the ballot the names of those who have indicated a first preference And if you have if you are in the ranking second, third, fourth in any of these, you can move that up to first preference, or you can withdraw a name. But I'm going to go to the clerk if I can, just to clarify so that we know the voting process. We will use eScribe, but just so there's no confusion about how this process will work. So clerk, if I might, could I turn it to you just for clarity?
Thank you. Through the chair, for each of the committee appointments where multiple members, that is 5, would be appointed to a standing committee, the selection will be set up so that each member may select up to 5 to appoint to that committee. It is not a ranking, it is just choosing 5, and then the candidate or candidates that received no votes or the least amount of votes would drop off the slate, and then we would run off the selection process again with the ability to choose up to 5. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just that will differ slightly from the selection of a chair, should it be necessary, where it would be 50% plus 1, and you would continue down until you had a winner or a selection determined on that criteria for one appointment.
Thank you. And we're not at the chair vote yet, so I will just clarify at that time that colleagues will have 1 vote for those positions, but you'll clarify that with me. But colleagues, the clerk mentioned up to 5, so you can vote for 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals. Currently, we have 9 individuals, nine individual colleagues, council members who have indicated as their first preference to sit on the Planning Environment Committee. Is there anyone that wishes to have their name added or withdrawn? Deputy Mayor.
Well, I certainly enjoy Planning Committee, but I've been on there for 6 years. I don't even want to count up how many hours of planning meetings that has been. And I recognize there's got to be some succession on the Planning Committee. You know, new people want to get involved, and I can see there's a lot of interest to get onto Planning Committee. So I'm happy to step aside and somebody else can do Planning Committee for a year. I wish everyone the best of luck.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your service on the committee. Any other names wish to be added or withdrawn? We'll give the clerk the opportunity to adjust the record. Clerk, excuse me? Oh, pardon me, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been on 5 years, I believe. And while it is a lot of work and it is very challenging, it's probably the hardest committee of this council and the most amount of reading. And the reason I have always maintained an interest in this committee is because there's so much development in Ward 5, and it tends to be the most contentious kind of development, which is infill development in established neighborhoods. So I always felt that I needed to be on planning to best represent my constituents in Ward 5. However, echoing what the Deputy Mayor has said, if there are other members who really want to roll up their sleeves and dig in on this committee, I have no problem stepping aside. I imagine I will be a frequent visitor to this committee, however.
Thank you. Any other individual wishing to step up or step down? I didn't realize by offering it, it would be such an effective comment, and I wasn't trying to do that, I promise. Any other individuals? We'll give the clerk the opportunity to adjust the records as well. We'll be with you shortly.
Thank you through the chair. The existing slate is now down to 7 candidates for 5 positions, so I would like to point that out. Members will be able to choose up to 5. If members do not choose or do not wish to choose 5, This is different from a vote, so they would use the abstain selection. I don't believe you can submit your preferences until you've done 5 things, but it's not an abstention in the same way that it would be for a regular council vote. It's not based on a pecuniary interest. That's right. It just means that you're not choosing the maximum number.
Is that clear? Any questions about that? I wonder, I could ask the clerk for the benefit of those who are listening, just to read off the names of those on the Planning Environment Committee candidacy list.
The current slate is Councillor Squire, Councillor Turner, Councillor Hillier, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Kayabagha, Councillor Lehman, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and just let us know when you're ready.
The vote is now open.
The system is slow compiling, so just ask for your patience.
Through the chair, based on the first round of voting, the next slate will consist of Councillor Squire, Councillor Hillier, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Kayabagha, Councillor Lehman, and Councillor Lewis.
For the can you just repeat those again, please?
Counselor Squire, Counselor Hillier, Counselor Hopkins, Counselor Kaibaga, Counselor Lehman, and Counselor Lewis.
So one more ballot.
The next slate will include 6 names, and you will have up to 5 choices. The summary selection would be Counselor Squire, Hillier, Hopkins, Lehman, and Lewis.
Thank you. Congratulations to those who were elected and to all who put their names forward. I'm going to ask the clerk in just a moment just to confirm the chair process, if we could, please.
First, do a vote.
So I'm advised by the clerk that as we do this once a year, it's not as common in my mind, but we need a motion to accept those 5 names. Is there a mover, please? Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. Thank you. We'll call the question. Councillor Van Holst, do you have a question?
No, sorry, I'd put up my hand to second that motion.
Thanks very much. Good, clerk.
So the motion is that the following appointments be made to the Planning and Environment Committee: Councillors Squire, Hillier, Hopkins, Lehman, and Lewis. Moved by Councillor Lewis and seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Slee, and Councillor Van Holst.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-2.
Thank you. Now I'm going to just clarify, we have amongst those 5 individuals the opportunity to elect the chair tonight. And as I understand, one is able to confirm tonight, if you're a sitting member of that committee, your thoughts, intentions, wishes to be considered for chair. And if so, amongst those who have been elected, I wonder if you could indicate and get my attention, and we will ensure that your name is put forward and considered as chair. Councillor Squire?
I had indicated on the form that I would put my name forward for chair, so I will do that.
Any other individual colleagues elected wishing to consider having their name put forward? Seeing none, I will turn to the clerk to announce the result.
Your Worship, we would just look for a motion to appoint Councillor Squire as the chair for that committee.
Is there a mover? Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Lehman. We will call the question.
Councillor Slee, Councillor Helmer.
Councillor Slee.
I voted, it was just giving me an error.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Thank you, colleagues. Before we get into the voting on Civic Works, I'll remind colleagues too that as is required, all council members must sit on at least one committee. So there will be options and opportunities as we work through this. And we have 14 councillors to complete 20 positions. So with that, colleagues, again, in the same spirit of balloting based on and using names from the first preference, I'll read the names of those who have indicated to allow their names to stand as their first preference, and you're welcome to add your name or withdraw as you choose. In terms of first preference on Civic Works, Councillor Pelosa, Deputy Mayor Helmer, Councillor Van Meerbergen. Deputy Mayor?
Well, I see that Councillor Turner had only ranked Planning Committee #1, and we just decided not to put him on the Planning Committee. So although I am interested in serving on Civic Works, I feel like I might as well give him an opportunity if he's interested in that committee, that he could do it instead.
That does not necessarily mean a withdrawal unless that's your pleasure, Deputy Mayor, but I'll first go to Councillor Turner to have some indication. Councillor?
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would, the challenge with some of these meetings are their daytime meetings, and so I work, but Civic Works would be one that I'd consider, but I would put my name in there as a possibility, but I don't think the Deputy Mayor needs to remove his name from this, but I appreciate the gesture.
Thank you, and we're not looking to take his name off at this point unless that's his pleasure. Any other individuals wishing to add or withdraw their names? Councillor Lehman.
Although my name is not on first preference, considering I was elected to the Planning Committee, I will remove my name from the second preference for Civic Works and also for third preference for corporate services.
Yeah, don't get too far ahead of me, please, Councillor. I can only work one committee at a time, and I'm doing the best I can to work through this. So far, we've got 4 individual colleagues who's indicated now a first preference. Is there another colleague who would like their name or allow their name to stand? I got lots of time, so I'll just hold on for a moment here. So far, we've got 4 colleagues. We are looking for a 5th at least to put their name forward as we require 5 council members. Colleagues, I'll be back in a moment. So the clerk has suggested in her wisdom that what we consider doing is going down to corporate services, and I would like to suggest that we do that. I'm not sure I need a motion to change that order. So what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, please hold your thoughts on Civic Works. We had 4 already who indicated their interest in corporate services as well. That includes Councillor Morgan, Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Kayavaga. I'm still then now looking, and you have the opportunity to add or withdraw your name as you see fit. So we're just going to go this and back into this, I think. Councillor Pelosa, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to add my name for first preference consideration.
Councillor Pelosa for corporate services. Is there anyone else that wishes to add their name? I probably should have prefaced all this to say now is never the time to be shy. So acknowledging that, then I'll look for a motion to accept the 5 names put forward. Councillor Morgan, Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Kayavaga, Councillor Pelosa. Is there a mover? Deputy Mayor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Lewis. We'll call the question.
Counselor Hillier and Counselor Helmer.
Counselor Hillier, the vote is open for appointments to the Corporate Services Committee. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Always listen to the clerk. Thank you very much, colleagues, and congratulations to Councilors Morgan, Van Holst, Cassidy, Kaibaga, and Pelosa. I'm going to turn your attention now to CAPS. Excuse me again. We are looking for a chair amongst those 5 colleagues of ours, and 2 had indicated some interest in this, but any of the 5 are welcome to put their name forward or withdraw as they see fit. But I'd like to confirm their interest, if I could, please, to serve or not. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, Your Worship. I enjoyed serving as vice chair under Councillor Kaibaga, who did a great job, and would be interested in being chair this term.
Councillor Morgan.
I have no desire to be chair, despite the fact that I ticked it off on the box, so I withdraw my interest in that.
Do any of our other colleagues wish to have their name put forward as chair? Councillor Cassidy. I need an audio, please, from you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be interested in chairing corporate services.
Thank you. Any other considerations? All right, so we have 2 candidates. We have Councillor Van Holst and Councillor Cassidy. Bear with us as we put the vote up.
Thank you again. Through the chair, this will be a selection. You will have 1 choice from between 2 candidates. The selected chair is Councillor Cassidy.
Congratulations again. Thank you all for putting your name forward. Congratulations, Councillor Cassidy. And now look for a motion to accept those recommendations. Please, is there a mover? Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. We'll call the question.
Counselor Van Holst.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's go back up to Civic Works, can we please, where we have had 4 of our colleagues indicate as their first preference. Councillors Pelosa, Deputy Mayor Helmer, Councillor Van Meerbergen, Councillor Turner. Is there another individual? We're looking for a 5th to put their name forward. Well, I have an idea. Why don't we go to CAPS and just see how that goes? We can back this back in any way that you like, but do know that we do need to have 5 colleagues to put their names forward. So under Community and Protective Service, and do note again, I will, just my colleagues, that, and I will check after this particular committee to see if there's anyone that hasn't put their name forward in Civic Works where we need that. Councillor Cassidy, you're trying to get my attention. Please go ahead.
I will put my name forward for Civic Works.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, you had a comment?
I thought we were on Community and Protective Services Committee.
Well, I was, but Councillor Cassidy was so excited that I just, about that, to put her name forward. I'm trying to fill a slate and at the same time have appropriate people, and she would be a great candidate, but so I apologize. We did go back to Civic Works, except I didn't tell anybody. Okay. So we are in Civic Works with Councillors Pelosa, Deputy Mayor Helmer, Councillor Van Meerbergen, Councillor Turner, Councillor Cassidy. Sorry for the confusion. They say democracy is messy. I think it's sometimes more challenging than it needs to be. Okay, seeing none. In a moment, as the clerks guide us, we will have a motion to accept the Civic Works Committee as presented. So we're ready to look for a mover and seconder for those candidates for Civic Works. Is there a mover, please? Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Thank you. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Now we will select the chair out of those out of our 5 colleagues. And I wonder if we've had one indicate prior an interest in the chair role, and I will ask her to confirm or not, and anyone else who might wish to have their name put forward. Councillor Pelosa, please.
Thank you, Worship. I wish to allow my name to stand for Chair of Civic Works Committee, as I'm currently the Vice Chair, and this would be my 3rd year serving on this committee.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to have their name put forward? Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, I missed you.
I just want to move Councillor Pelosa be the chair.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hillier, thank you. Call the question.
Councillor Van Holst? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
So colleagues, we have now three individuals who indicated their names and interest in serving on CAPS. Deputy Mayor, I finally decided to go to CAPS, so that's where we are now. All on me. So I'd like to confirm if it's for those who wish to allow their name to stand, to indicate so. You can add your name, you can withdraw by getting my attention. Councillor Hillier.
I will add my name to CAPS as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Squire.
Given the obligations of planning, I'd like to remove my name from CAPS consideration.
Thank you.
I was also vice chair of the committee, so if anyone was interested in that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Kayamaga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to add my name on this committee.
Thank you. That we have four individuals, four candidates now. Deputy Mayor?
This is the opposite for me of planning committee. I have never served on CAPS, and I'm willing to do it now.
So sorry. Sorry. So we'll put your name forward then. Thank you. I apologize for the outburst, Deputy Mayor. I just didn't think there was anything you hadn't sat on at this point. So thank you. Any other names? There are five thus far. Then I'll look for a motion to accept our five colleagues as the candidates for Committee on Protective Services. Is there a mover? Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Thank you.
Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Kayamaga.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we do need a chair for that committee of Councillors Lewis, Salee, Hillier, Kayamaga, and Deputy Mayor Helmer. With no prior indication of a chair preference, so I would look to ask if any of our council colleagues on this committee would be interested in allowing their name to stand as chair. Councillor Cassidy.
I would move Councillor Helmer for this committee to be chair if he's willing.
Okay. Councillor Hiller? You're seconding that, all right, thank you. Any other names they wish to put forward? Yeah, I guess we need to ask you, Deputy Mayor, if you'd allow your name to stand.
I'm happy to do it if none of the other colleagues on the committee is interested. Sure.
Thank you. I've not, see, you don't even sit on the committee ever, and now you're the chair. That's how this works some days, you know. So with that, I do not have an indication of interest from other colleagues looking around the table and on the screen. So we will confirm that with, it's been moved and seconded. So we will confirm that with a vote.
Councillor Helmer, Councillor Cassidy. Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you allowing your names to stand on the various committees and those who have agreed to allow their names to stand as chair. Vice chair will be elected at a subsequent committee meeting. So thank you all, and congratulations to all of you for your elections and your willingness to stand. Colleagues, under 4.3E, we have an email from Councillor Van Holst, and I'd like to look for, I think based on the conversations that we've had, look for a motion to receive this. Councillor Squire, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Any comments or questions? Then let's call the question, please. So I'm just going to turn over you.
Councillor Helmer. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. I'll turn your attention to the last item. We have a formal item on the agenda, the master accommodation plan, and you'll see communications in your packages on page 352 from Councillors Morgan and Salee. I'll ask Councillor Morgan to speak to it, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think given, you know, half of our colleagues are sitting in this room, half are not, and the senior leadership team is supporting us remotely, I think it's really clear that the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly had an impact on the way that work is done across the city, not just at the corporation, but at every impacted business. What Councillor Slee and I have done is taken that and are suggesting that this warrants a review of our master accommodation plan, which is the plan that, you know, will rationalize space to be as efficient as possible across the city. And we use the term alternate work strategies as one of the things to be considered. That term is used very specifically because it's not just about remote work, but the potential for touchdown spaces and other things that are being used currently. I think we and Civic Administration will learn quite a bit from our experience in the pandemic. And so the motion that Councillor Salee and I have put before you says that Civic Administration be directed to initiate an update to the Master Accommodation Plan, taking into account the potential for alternate work strategies and long-term impacts on the workspace requirements resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. We did consult with our staff briefly, and I know our staff could answer some questions on potential timelines that work would take if colleagues are interested, but I would be happy to move that. I don't know if Councillor Salee has anything to add, but he's agreed to second it. We worked on this together.
Councillor Salee, you're looking to second that, and do you have any comments?
So I'll second the motion. I'll just add briefly, I think this is a great opportunity. You know, I can't predict the results, but I would anticipate that this could be a savings for the city, as well as provide opportunities for work-life balance, as well as, you know, be a small way in removing our footprint in the environment, maybe less people having to drive down to City Hall, and being able to be more responsive to the community. So happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Councillor Lewis.
Just really briefly, I appreciate Councillor Morgan and Councillor Salee bringing this forward. Certainly, it's been an item that I've heard raised in the community given the COVID situation. I think it's really important to be clear with folks that in the not too distant future, we are going to have to make a decision about a new City Hall, whether that's work here at the existing site, whether that's a new site. This building is not going to continue to serve the corporation in the long run, but I think it makes a whole lot of sense to go back and take a look at what, as best we can through our crystal ball, but with a lot of expertise from our staff, take a real hard look at what we will need in the future, realizing that COVID has shown remote working will not work for every situation and every employee, but certainly has a great potential impact on what the corporation needs moving forward. So really, I'm glad that they brought this forward, and hope that all colleagues will support this.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm generally very supportive of the idea, and I want to commend Councillor Morgan and Councillor Salee for bringing it forward. I do have a question through the mayor to city staff, just around the timing. I do have a concern that the Master Accommodation Plan is the song that never ends, and eventually we're going to have to make some decisions. I do think that there's pretty substantial things that have changed in the last little while, and perhaps open our eyes to different ways of working. But I do want to know about the timeline and sort of what we're thinking in terms of the update process and how long that might take.
I'm going to start with Ms. Livingston, and you'll direct me if I'm wrong, please.
Your worship, I direct that to Ms. Barbone, please.
Please go ahead, Ms. Barbone.
Thank you, through your worship. So this is definitely something that has been on our radar, and something that we've been just working through potential timelines and process to look at the map, because COVID certainly has pushed us to implement alternative work strategies far quicker than we had anticipated would ever happen. Right now, we're actually working on a report that we can bring forward to have council look at some potential timelines, but we're thinking it's approximately 6 months of work to go through and update all of the map analysis, and to have someone that had originally looked at that work to bring that forward, and then we would be able to bring that forward to council. So we're certainly looking to report out, hopefully as soon as November, to bring a report in front of council to lay out all the timelines right through to linking it to the business case, as well as potential strategies to look for a public procurement process on how we might envision this to move forward. So certainly from that perspective, we do think this body of work has got to be done first, and then we would move forward after that to look at the other options once council approved a strategy to go forward.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I think this is a very reasonable motion, and I think it provides opportunity to find significant savings. I'd like to know back in the multi-year budget process, I didn't support it, but council basically endorsed $13 million for consultants for a new city hall. Have we begun spending any of that, or where does that sit right now?
Ms. Barbone?
Thank you, through your worship. No, civic administration has not begun spending any of that money, and we will be looking to address how that would move forward as part of the report that we're looking to bring forward. So civic administration will not do anything until council endorses a plan of what the strategy is to move forward, but certainly we are not looking to spend any of that money in the near future pending a resolution of council to look at a procurement process going forward.
Councillor?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? We have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Turn your attention to the screen, we'll vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm not aware of any deferred matters nor additional business. Before we sign off and adjourn, this is always an opportunity to thank staff, in particular for the work that they do. But I think tonight in particular, I think our clerks have done yeoman service. And as a result, I will be providing Starbucks in the morning for some. Apparently, I've been told that we have to do that, but honestly, the work that the clerks have done has been stellar tonight. Thank you for keeping us focused and organized, as you always do, but in particular. And Ms. Livingston, to staff, please, as well, express our appreciation. I'll turn all your screens on. We'll do a hand vote, if we could, please, to adjourn. As I look for a motion, Councillor Hillier, seconded by Deputy Mayor Helmer. Let's see the hands up for those who want to leave. That looks, I'll actually look to the clerk.
Motion's carried.
Thank you all. Good night.